Professor of, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Professional Coming Address.
Shall we welcome him with a round of applause, please? Sound. One, two. And we have joining us the NPP flag bearer candidate, or aspirant rather, Kennedy Ohene Agyapong. You're welcome, sir.
Go on, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And the Ghanaian youth, I say good morning. Great, so a little correction. I am Professor Samuel Entry, Pro Vice Chancellor responsible for research, innovation, and knowledge transfer at University of Professional Studies, Accra, representing the Vice Chancellor at this occasion. UPSA has two Pro Vice Chancellors, so the other one is responsible for academic and student affairs. Nana Chair, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the youth of Ghana. We gather here in a time of profound global change. The 21st century has ushered in unprecedented technological advancements, interconnectedness, and opportunity. But it has also exposed deep cracks in our system: corruption, inequality, and a crisis of trust in leadership. We are happy this morning a number of our leaders are here. In this landscape, ethical leadership is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Ethical leadership means leading with integrity, transparency, and a commitment to justice. It means making decisions not for personal gains, but for the collective good. It means standing firm in the face of pressure and choosing what is right over what is easy. But who will carry this mantle forward? The answer is you, the youth. Across Africa and the world, young people are the largest demographic group. In Ghana, over 57% of the population is under 25. This is not just a statistic, it is a signal, a call to action, a reminder that the future is not something we wait for, it is something we shape. Yet too often, the youth are told to wait for their turn, to be leaders of tomorrow. But tomorrow will be too late. The challenges we face, climate change, unemployment, digital inequality, political instability, require bold ethical leadership today. And young people are already rising to meet this moment. From organizing communities to civic tech innovation, from climate activism to entrepreneurship, the youth are redefining what leadership looks like. They are demanding accountability, transparency, and inclusion. They are not just asking for a seat at the table. They are building new tables altogether. But to truly shape governance, young people must do more than protest. They must participate. They must vote. They must run for office. They must engage in policy making, serve in public institutions, and hold leaders accountable. Ethical leadership begins with ethical participation. Nana Chair, governments, institutions, NGOs, and civil society must invest in youth leadership, not as a token gesture, but as a strategic imperative. Civic education, mentorship, and inclusive policies are not optional. They are the foundation of a thriving democracy. Let us remember the words of Nelson Mandela. The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. But let's also challenge them. Let us say, be the leaders of today, be the ethical leaders our world so desperately needs. Because when youth lead with ethics, they do not just change policies, they change the culture. They change expectations. They change the future. So, to the youth listening today, don't wait for permission. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Lead now, lead ethically, and lead boldly. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I welcome all of you to our beautiful campus. I hope today's program, we will share ideas and carry creative tomorrow, but acting now and today. I wish you a very fruitful discussion and welcome all of you to UPSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for welcoming us, Professor Emmanuel Selassie. Let's put our hands together for him one more time. Professor Samuel Entry, apologies for that, but he's asked us to lead now, lead ethically, and lead boldly. And for all the young ones who are yet to get to university, or if you're thinking of a postgraduate education, certainly UPSA is a university of choice. They are doing so well, beating other, So University of Ghana is happy to see your progress. We bless you. Keep up what you are doing. As our little cousins, we are proud of you. Please put your hands together for Professor Entry once more. Great. All right, so every function, indeed, like this one, requires a chairperson who will steer affairs. And so we'd like to invite your attention to the screens as we expose you to the personality who is chairing today's function. Ladies and gentlemen, our chairperson.
Nana Berima Agyapong II, privately Ebenezer Agyapong, is a Ghanaian chief, agribusiness innovator, and faith-based leader with over 20 years of impact across public service, private enterprise, and international development. He is the brain behind the Ghana Wheat Initiative, advancing food security and local production, and serves as a business development director at Arima Farms, promoting modern irrigation in Ghana. Berima also leads industrial innovations in clean water, waste-to-power energy, and sustainable agriculture. He previously held senior procurement roles at the Ministry of Foods and Agriculture and United Nations World Food Programme. As an elder and deputy director of Pentecost Men's Ministry, he combines faith, tradition, and technology to drive sustainable change. Please welcome Nana Berima Agyapong II.
Shall we rise to our feet as we receive our chairperson, Nana Berima Agyapong II. Let's do it better, make it more resounding. Let's keep clapping till he gets here. Appreciate Nana Berima Agyapong, our chairperson for today's gathering. Nana, you're welcome. We're glad to have you.
Please take your seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Ministers of State, distinguished leaders of political parties, captains of industry, partners from private sector and development agencies, and above all, the mighty, vibrant, and powerful youth of Ghana, the reason we are gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. It is a deep honor that I stand before you as a chairman of this year's National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum, and I bring you warm and royal greetings from the golden stool of the Ashanti Kingdom. We are not gathered here merely for another conference. We are here, in truth, for a war council. A council of deliberate and strategic, a council to deliberate and strategize on how to win the most pressing battle of our time, the battle of harnessing the ingenuity, energy, and potential of our youth. The theme before us poses a direct and uncomfortable question. Is there enough youth empowerment? From where I stand, from my community in Asante Asaman, I'm happy to see my regional minister here. And from my travels across the nation, the answer is clear and it's sobering. The answer is no. Yes, we have policies, we have initiatives, we have speeches filled with passion, but the truth still remains. There is still a vast gap between the promise and practice, between education and employment, between ambition. Our young people are not lazy at all. They are not with no bridges to the mainland of opportunity. And so today, I do not come simply to lament. I come to propose a new path, a bridge, a bold, practical, and actionable solution that moves us beyond talk into the realm of transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I call this path the Integrated Economic Patriotism Framework, a framework that builds or that binds together government, the private sector, and our traditional institutions into one unified ecosystem of empowerment. The reality is that our current approach is broken. Too often, programs are supply-driven, designed for the youth, but without their direct voice. Too often, our institutions work in silo. The government here, the business or the private sector there, and chiefs elsewhere, never truly in partnership. Too often, the focus is on the short term, on training without sustainability, or on loans without mentorship. And tragically, we are still preparing our youth by the economy of yesterday instead of the economy of tomorrow. This new framework turns that on its head. It is anchored on the belief that empowerment must be holistic, digital, traditional, financial, futuristic, and ethical. It begins with what I call patriotism portal, a single national digital platform that uses artificial intelligence to match every tertiary and technical student with mandatory 6-month internships. This is not a suggestion. It will be a requirement for graduation. On this same platform, reverse mentorship will take place. Young innovators mentoring established CEOs in digital transformation, while those CEOs in turn mentor the youth in leadership and management. It is a two-way bridge of respect and learning. Ladies and gentlemen, it continues with what I call Chiefdom Enterprise Challenge, where every chief across Ghana dedicates land to establish what I call economic patriotism zone. In these zones, government provides infrastructure, private businesses co-invest the facilities, and the youth organized in cooperatives use those spaces to transform raw materials into finished product, where we have cocoa converting to chocolate, cashew package, where local crafts become high-value art for global market. We are talking about a real industry built and for our youth in the community. But no vision is completely without financing. And so we introduce what we call Patriotism Equity Fund, a pool created by contribution from corporate profits and much government. Unlike loans that burden and grants that create dependency, this fund will take equity stake in promising youth-led enterprises. It means that when the youth succeed, the funds grows, ensuring sustainable cycle of wealth creation and reinvestment. Ladies and gentlemen, we must face this tidal wave of artificial intelligence. To ignore it is to bury our heads into the sand. Through an AI apprenticeship corridor, we will partner with global tech giants to ensure every Ghanaian graduate, whether scientist, farmer, or a designer, can apply AI in their field. And instead of universal basic income, which risks dependency, I propose what we call universal basic opportunity. This means that every youth receive an annual credit, not as cash, but as a voucher for training, healthcare, or seed capital. It is not a handout. It is an investment in human capital. Yet, all this rests on a foundation that is called moral and ethical. We cannot empower without character. And so the final pillar of the framework is called the pillar of ethical foundation and national character. Access to the system will be tied to patriotism certification. We organize models in integrity, environmental stewardship, service, and national pride. Businesses that operate ethically will be given competitive advantage. In this way, we shape not only successful entrepreneurs, but responsible national builders. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the architecture of true empowerment. But I cannot build alone, or we cannot do it alone. We need government, so government must legislate, facilitate, and provide the enabling environment. The private sector must open the doors, invest, and contribute to the equity fund. My fellow traditional leaders must release our lands for our national cause. And the youth must rise to the occasion, embracing discipline, professionalism, innovation, while holding us accountable to delivery. The question, therefore, is not whether we have enough empowerment. The question is transformation. Let us leave this hall today with more than words. Let us leave with a covenant to work together to build a Ghana where every young man or young person rises not to search for joy, but to create opportunity, enterprise, and prosperity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I accept to be your chair for this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nana. Let's put our hands together one more time for Nana Agyapong. We're grateful that you've accepted to chair this very important convocation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my dear young people, the beauty about this gathering, which really warms my heart, is the fact that it's a convocation of young people, by young people, and for young people. So this has been put together by young people, and so you see that even our chairman is a young chief. If you see any gray hair, it's very young also, because we have young and young at heart. So we have very young politicians in our midst, those who are former appointees. You're all welcome. We have the youngest Ashanti Regional Minister. He's also here. In good time, we'll be introducing everyone to you, but please feel at home. We are in the convocation of young people. Put your hands together for that. Amazing. I'm very excited about that. So this is organized by VODEC Africa. We call it the National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum. The National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum. It's not new. We've been around for some time, and we've made some impact over the years. And we want to, in the next couple of minutes, just a few minutes, show you through audiovisual just how much impact we've been able to make as young people. So please lend your attention to the screens. We want to chronicle the impact we've been making, and then we'll take it off from there. Thank you.
Landscape of Africa, a vision was born. This vision took shape in the form of VODEC Africa, an organization dedicated to empowering youth through entrepreneurship and leadership. Founded on October 20, 2017, VODEC Africa aimed to cultivate a new generation of innovators and ripe
African continents.
The vision of VODEC Africa is to create a transformative ecosystem where youth are empowered to become successful entrepreneurs and leaders, driving sustainable development across Africa.
The organization VODEC Africa operates on 4 thematic areas, and number 1 is entrepreneurship development, leadership and governance, women empowerment, and climate action.
The mission of VODEC Africa is empowerment, innovation, networking, and community impact.
The organization actively collaborated with local communities, chiefs, and opinion leaders. These partnerships helped to establish entrepreneurial hubs that provided resources and training for aspiring business owners and leaders.
In 2018, VODEC Africa launched an inspiring initiative known as the Idea Challenge. This national program was designed to empower young entrepreneurs by providing them with essential funding and technical support. The aim was clear: to discover and nurture the most innovative business ideas among the youth. Through this initiative, we had the privilege of sponsoring a talented young man from the northern region of Ghana. With our support, he established a kente weaving company dedicated to the production of kente cloth, a vibrant and culturally significant fabric that embodies the rich heritage of Ghana. This endeavor not only showcases the creativity and potential of Ghanaian youth, but also contributes to the preservation of a beloved local brand. Join us as we explore the journey of entrepreneurship and cultural pride through the lens of this remarkable story.
One amazing thing that VODEC Africa did was the COVID response. During the COVID-19 pandemic, VODEC Africa partook, and the founder and CEO of 1 Million Entrepreneurs to support vulnerable communities. The organization supplied essential resources, including water, face masks, and food supplements, reinforcing its role in community resilience.
VODEC Project 1, Improving Waste Management in Accra. It involved constructing biogas facilities. These converted organic waste into biogas for cooking. Distributing dustbins. Approximately 30 dustbins were provided to promote proper waste segregation. And launching an environmental care club. This club engaged students from St. Mary Senior High School in environmental activities, fostering a sense of responsibility. Project 2, Sustainable Climate Financing Project. The second project involved researching the feasibility of a climate levy. Key components included conducting empirical research. This assessed the potential impact.
Thank you, VODEC Africa, for this beautiful initiative. A round of applause for Team VODEC Africa and Team NELEF. Last night, I had a conversation with a convener, and then this was his voice. I'm like, boss, are you okay? And then he said, pressure. Let's give it up for Daniel Asumadu. Daniel, you've done a yeoman's job. We are all proud of you. Now, we'd like to acknowledge some sponsors for people or institutions who have helped us, who carried us along the way to make this possible today. We have FEDEMS Group Limited. Thank you so much for your massive support. You are the gold sponsors of this great program. Exim Bank Ghana, we are grateful. PNM Media, thank you so much for being here. We have more sponsors. And then before we end, so as part of the conversations Daniel and I had, I realized that the Famiko wasn't there. And I said, Daniel, don't worry. Kennedy Agyapong will be here. The Ashanti Regional Minister will be here. You know, Trim and all, you know, big guys, Daniel Machalon will be here. So, you know, no worries at all. Let's give it up for our distinguished guests who are here this morning. Very soon we'll start the sessions with our panel. We have the conversations surrounding the theme. I would like to acknowledge a few of our guests that are here. Dr. Frank Ohene, the Ashanti Regional Minister, is here. Welcome, sir. Round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Kennedy, grateful to you for your presence, for you to be here. Daniel Machalon is the speaker. He's also joining us today. Last year, we had him on the Zoom call, but today, this year, 2025, he's graced us with his presence. Sir, we are grateful for your presence. Apostle Kingsley Adai is a resident minister for the Pentecost International Worship Center. Apostle, you are welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Apostle Christian Chepoy is also here. He's also a minister of the Church of Pentecost. He's a head of ministerial formation at Pentecost University. Thank you. We will take the spoken words. So we have a beautiful lady here who is ready with her spoken word. Let's invite Adobia Asari for a soul-striking spoken word. Adobia, please come. A round of applause for her.
Hi everyone, how are we doing? If you're here to grow, clap once. If you're here to shine, clap twice. Great, you're amazing. I didn't come here to perform, I'm here to share my heart. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find your own reflection in my words, okay? I'm doing this with you. There's a call and response in what I'm about to do. So when I say, who leads? You respond, we lead. Who builds? We build. Who rises? We rise. Is that okay? Who leads? Hey, are they youth people? Are they age people? Please don't do this to me. Who leads? Who builds? Who rises? Great. So we are children of fire and clay, molded by history, forged in the furnace of struggle, yet carrying embers of tomorrow in our palms. They say youth are the future or are the leaders of tomorrow. But Tell me, what is tomorrow if today keeps collapsing under the weight of yesterday's mistakes? We are not lazy. We are that type called at midnight. We are the bold voices that refuse silence in boardrooms. We are the dreamers that refuse to fold or shrink in the shadows. But the world is multipolar, a spinning compass of crisis and opportunities. Climate change rages, debt, eka, nyomo, efe, piles high as mountains. Inequality digs its roots deeper than the baobab. Yet, when decisions are made, those of us who inherit the cost are usually forgotten. Still we rise, like seeds through cracked concrete, like rivers carving valleys, like kente threads, like Nana Berima is wearing here, weaving strength through every tear. We are architects of an economy that must outlive slogans. We are the innovators turning scarcity into science. We are the leaders of tomorrow who do not look into the lens of yesterday, but will carve new visions with clarity. Leadership is not a chair to sit in. It is a fire to carry. It is a covenant with the unborn. And if the world is multipolar, then let youth be the binding magnetic force that holds it together. So hear this. We will not wait. We will not whisper. We will not shrink. We will not fold. We are here. The power of 1 billion dreams in Africa's beating chest. The promise of today. The voice of vision. The promise of today. Delivered with courage. Sealed in hope, written in sweat. Who leads? Who builds? Who rises? Let the record show that when the world called for leaders, we did not wait for tomorrow. We became the answer today. Who leads? Who builds? Who rises? We were told last year that the world is multipolar, so emerging leaders must rise. We answered this year. The youth is definitely the gateway that carries vision, the path that carries vision into sustainable tomorrow. Who leads? Who builds? Who rises? Thank you.
Leads. Oh, who leads? Who rises? Who builds? Thank you, my dear. That was a lovely one. Thank you so much for that powerful spoken word. We also like to acknowledge the presence of more dignitaries in our midst. We have Mr. Richard Ahenkra. Richard, welcome. A round of applause for Richard. Mr. Ebenezer Minta is here. A round of applause for Mr. Ebenezer Minta. Kwenni Hatatiaka, am I right? Kwenni Had, is she here? GMB 2024. A round of applause for her. We will get into the panel sessions or discussions shortly, but we'll take some musical interlude from the military band. We'll just take a few of them, and then we'll set the tone for the discussions this morning. Ghana Military Band, thank you. Thank you so much, Ghana Military Band. A round of applause for the military band. Oh, a round of applause for the Ghana Military Band. We are here for a certain conversation. We are here for our emerging leaders. We are here to build our nation. And we are looking at what the youth or tool set youth need to move Ghana forward. And we have a distinguished panel here who will be doing that for us. We strictly are asking all speakers to, speak within time, less than 5 minutes, so that we can have, conversations, proper conversations here, and then the audience can also have their questions. Our first speaker for the day is Honorable Frank Ohene. He's Ashanti Regional Minister. Media, take it away. Can we have his profile?
Is a Ghanaian medical doctor, academic, and public servant currently serving as the Ashanti Regional Minister. He brings a unique blend of expertise in healthcare, leadership, and governance to his role. He holds a BSc in Medical Laboratory Sciences and an MBc-HB from the University of Ghana, a Doctor of Medical Laboratory Sciences from the University of Development Studies, and an MBA from Accra Business School. Dr. Ohene has held several leadership positions, including Ashanti Regional Secretary of the National Democratic Congress and parliamentary candidate for Mampong in 2020. His appointment as the Regional Minister in 2025 reflects his commitment to regional development, healthcare advancement, and youth empowerment.
Thank you very much, Nana Chairman, the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Kennedy Agyapong, former leaders present here. I bring you greetings from the Garden City of West Africa, Ashanti region for that matter. And I want to commend the leaders of VODEC Africa for putting this together. As a former student leader and youth leader, I know what it takes and what goes into planning of these kind of events. So we don't take it lightly. And students gathered here, I also want to encourage you that there's a forum for us all to learn from each other, to be able to become good leaders for our motherland and also for Africa at large. Having said that, as a young minister for this administration, I should tell you that I have been through a lot of areas in a very younger stage. And as a young leader, you will definitely face what I call the young leaders tag. The young leaders tag is the doubt that comes to mind when, as a younger person, you strive to lead, especially in difficult areas. I remember clearly when I was in level 600, final year medical school. Whilst preparing for my final year medical exam, I was equally running for Member of Parliament for Mampong constituency. So you can understand how crazy it was having to combine at that level. Equally, when I was running for Regional Secretary for my party, NDC in 2022, I was the youngest to ever attempt such a position. So you could equally understand the doubts that will come in the minds of a lot. After 2024 election, little did I know that every single step you take as a young leader, you may not know who would be watching. And clearly, His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama was watching, for which reason I've had the opportunity to serve as Regional Minister and the youngest, for that matter, in this administration. I want to say this to encourage you, that if I've been able to navigate all these complexities, then you can, and you will be able to even do beyond what I've been able to do and I've been able to achieve even at this age. The short topic I was given was youth empowerment through political journey in Ghana. So when it comes to political journey in Ghana, no one would feed you with spoon and cup unless you purge yourself and distinguish yourself as a youth leader. And clearly, you would have to take advantage of the opportunities within the leadership setup of the country to be able to build yourself to that level where great leaders would notice you and be able to project you to that pedestal. Youth empowerment is young people having the power and the tool to shape their own future. So having the tool, having the power to be able to shape your own future. And this is important for us for a couple of reasons. I'll pick just 4 of them. It will help you understand the process of nation building. So whenever a youth is brought on the table of decision making, it helps us know how it is done. And whilst we know how it is done, it helps us own the future, because we are part of the process of creating that future and developing our motherland. And it also helps us to take responsibility. And the ultimate for me is that it teaches you what we call troubleshooting. Whenever there is a problem, you would not throw your hands in despair, or you not give up. You would be able to stand and make sure that you solve each and every single problem, because you are part of the process in making sure we build the future that we all want. Here in Ghana, and upon examining our laws, I've noticed that all our affirmative laws are gender-based. There is no deliberate affirmative law that is youth-inclined, instead of, in terms of holding governments, in terms of quota for youth participation in leadership, among others. So it means that our laws have given youth leadership and youth participation in leadership at the discretion of the president and the leaders when elected. However, when it comes to the entrepreneurship aspect, skill development, definitely there is YA, there is NEIP to help with that aspect. But when it comes to leadership and participation of the youth, there is not much to be said about that. So the first thing and the first advocacy is that from here, VODEC, probably together with the leadership of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, you can see how best we can be deliberate in making sure there are affirmative actions, in making sure clear quotas are defined for youth leadership in Ghana. Despite that, the NYA, that's the National Youth Authority, through the National Youth Policy 2010 and as revised in 2022, provide avenues for more like a mentorship platform at the basic level for youth parliaments, youth brigades, among others, to be able to mimic what is done at the leadership level. And we believe so much that governments, and for that matter, successive governments, will make sure the youth, NYA, that's the youth, National Youth Authority, is empowered to be able to decentralize more and do this effectively. Beyond all this, at the school level, there are opportunities in making sure that I see a lot of students here. You take advantage and also be able to participate the little you can at each level of your training. At the basic level, those of you who have kids at the basic level, let them run for head girl, head boy positions. It really helps and grooms them at that level. At the high school level, there is the SRC that represents students at that level, or youth at that level. At the universities, there are SRCs, there are JCLs, there are other unions that form under NUCs, i.e. USAG, GAPS, NACS, NASAC, GRASAC, and then ultimately across Africa, we have what we call the All African Students Union, ASU for that matter. The nurses here, you have one under GIMTA. The teachers here, you have one under TAG. These are all avenues for you to be able to groom your leadership potentials moving through the leadership ladder. The religious leadership and the religious bodies equally have youth groups and youth leadership at that level that help us and teach us and also groom us to be good leaders. I'm a proud member of the Church of Pentecost, and I've served as a youth leader before, so I really know practically what they imbibe in us as youth leaders. At the local government level, we have the unit committees. So don't say that you are a graduate, so you are beyond forming or being part of the unit committees. We have the aerial councils, we have assembly members, which you can still run and be part of the district assembly. Can also run for MPs, and when you are lucky and you have a leader who is youth focused, you'll be able to have the opportunity of serving on cabinets to serve as ministers and also our laws and making sure we have quotas for youth participation in governance. The second is to help fund youth innovation and youth programs like this. So VODEC are making an advocacy for you that government should make it a deliberate effort through the Youth Development and Youth Empowerment Ministry to fund what you are doing to be able to sustain what you have started.
Mr. Ohene, your time is up, sir.
Thank you. Just to conclude.
Right.
The youth, we are expected to serve ethically and with integrity whenever we are given the opportunity. And I also want to charge us to be able to support each other and build a network of youth leaders who are there for each other no matter the time. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ohene. He's the Ashanti Regional Minister. Sir, please take your seat in the panel seat over there, and then we'll take the next. Please, here. Any of them is fine, the black seats. So we take our next speaker. But he said, you mentioned a couple of groups, and he said, they should get in there. We'll see how easy for the youth to get into politics later. We'll talk about that later. We'll have Engineer Felix Atrim. Engineer Felix Atrim, are you here? Media, let's roll.
Felix K. Atrim is the Chief Executive Officer of FEDEMS Group, a company he founded with siblings in 2014. He is a certified professional engineer by the Ghana Institution of Engineering and has close to 2 decades of expertise in project management and civil engineering. He leads FEDEMS in providing consultancy services to many reputable organizations, including the Jospon Group of Companies, Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, HDL Farms, Glowford, Ghana Railway Development Authority, Local Government Service, the District Assemblies, and Pentecost University. Under his leadership and guidance, the FEDEMS Group currently operates 9 subsidiaries. FEDEMS was established to primarily create employment opportunities and provide training for young professionals, and he has no regrets. As a company aspiring to build a culture of high-performing personnel in consultancy and professional services, Felix intends to grow the business into a vibrant company capable of competing fiercely with international firms. Felix has had an outstanding professional career. He began as a geodetic engineer at the Achimota Transport Terminal Extension, Millennium Development Authority, and the Volta Regional Road Project from 2008 to 2011. Additionally, he held the position of Estate and Development Manager for Pentecost University from 2012 to 2018. Furthermore, Felix...
Thank you very much. Were you talking about me? You scared me a bit. So, Nana Chairman, my big brother, Honorable Minister, my friend, and the big man, like the chairman of the Church of Pentecost will say, the big one, Honorable Ken Agyapong. I've been waiting to meet him, so it's a great opportunity to see him here. And then Apostles Checkboy and Kingsley Adai. I'm a member of the Church of Pentecost. I'm an elder. So as an elder, if you don't acknowledge your apostles, you can become a member from the elder. So I have to just, the two of them, they are my very good friends and brothers. My brother Daniel and the beautiful wife. Thank you so much. All speakers, invited guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister has spoken. And so for me, I don't have much to say, because when a minister talks, an ordinary engineer doesn't have to talk much. Otherwise, when I go for a job, he won't give me. So I have to play some politics here. Now, for me, I just want to say that this thing that VODEC is doing, it's great. If we can put our hands together for him, it's great. I met Daniel when he was in Pentecost University. Then I was the Estate and Development Manager. And from the very first day, he was different. He didn't look like any ordinary student, because his aspiration was top-notch. And he kept coming to my office as the Estate and Development Manager to ask me questions. And sometimes I felt, this guy, is he here to study or is he here to do other things? But God has been good, and this is how far he's come. So we want to say that God bless you and thank you for what you are doing. Now, for the youth, we are talking about empowering the youth. I in the Church of Pentecost, we say youth ends at 35, right? So I'm past that age. But I'm looking at it when I was younger, that the youth, our problem has always been how we embrace the opportunities that come to us. And that is what I want to talk about. You see, the system gives us a lot of opportunities, but I think that the youth would have to go back, sometimes sit down, relax, and then think through what we want to do. Because we are youth, and we can never be wiser than those who are ahead of us. For Africa, there's a lot that we can achieve as youth. But I say that our problem has always been that just because we get to know new things, we think that we are probably wiser than those who are ahead of us. And that is why you don't see a lot of youth doing so well. If you look at Daniel's strategy, God has given him wisdom to do a lot of things, but he still consults the people who have gone through the cycle, people who have gone ahead of him, to pick up things from him, from them. And that is how you develop as youth. From my experience, I've realized that most of us get opportunities, but we either abuse it or we don't make the best out of it. For example, Honorable Ken Agyapong and Minister and other people, Nana here will tell you that they have tried to help so many youth, but at the end of the day, these guys disappoint. Why? Some of us, when we get small money, we think that we have reached that level. And in fact, I'm using small because riches is relative. So maybe you get 100,000, you sign a check of 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, and you think that you have arrived. Once that pride starts setting in, you lose it. So what I want to say to the youth is that the opportunities are there, but it's about how we manage the opportunities. I spoke about cultural intelligence the other time, and I think this is a bigger forum that I want to just use 2 minutes to talk about. I've always said that wherever you go, wherever you find yourself, there's a culture and a way of behavior of the persons that you relate with. And it's important that whenever you are given an opportunity, you learn the cultures. Nana here is my very good friend. We meet, we talk, we laugh, we eat together. We sit in the same car. We go so many places. But when I see him as Nana, I have to give him that respect as Nana. I cannot say that because I'm that close to him, I relate to him anyhow in public. That is the problem of the youth today. I am part of you, so I'm mentioning it. That's our problem. For example, today I'm here, I'm sitting with all these big men. I'm sitting with Honorable Ken. If he becomes president in our house, if he becomes president, and I go to see him at the Flagstaff House, and he tells me to wait, I cannot get angry because I've met him before and say that, why is he telling me to wait? No, it is protocol, and that is the culture. But most of us don't understand that. We think that once we have a relationship with someone, we can just treat them anyhow. I get a lot of messages, I get a lot of calls, I get a lot of texts, and people want to meet you. But when you read the tone of what they have sent, you feel like you don't want to meet them. There are others that when they send you a message or they meet you and talk to you, you feel within yourself that you want to help them, even when you cannot do it. So what I want to encourage all of us is that as youth, the opportunities are there. Master the intelligence of the cultural environment and use it. If you are visiting a minister, visit him as a minister. If you are visiting an elderly, talk to him as an elderly person. If you are dealing with your equals, find a way to relate to them so that when the opportunity comes, you will be able to use it. I am of the view that Ghana has a lot to give, and we as youth have a lot to take. But the gap is that we are not thinking in our context. Let us not overthink. Don't overthink. It is good to think outside the box, but when it comes to culture, look into the box and see what you can do within the box to make the culture better. So it is very important that from today, all the opportunities that come to us, let us harness it and look at how we'll make it better. I want to thank you all for listening. I don't know if I've made sense, but I think I've said something. So as an elder of the Church of Pentecost, I'll say God bless you all. Amen.
God bless you too. Cultural intelligence, very profound. Thank you. So we are building up to the panel discussion. Very soon we'll be delving into all the nuggets they've prepared to share with us. Who's our next speaker? Media, please help us.
Richard Kwatena-Hinkwa is a doctorant, a management consultant, a corporate trainer, and currently a lecturer of leadership and management at the MBA level at the School of Business and Law, Regent College London, RCL. He has 2 decades of industry experience in Ghana and in the UK, predominantly in banking and higher education practice. He was the CEO of the erstwhile All-Time Finance Ghana Limited, a former deputy managing director of First Trust Limited, and an ex-chief business officer of the Beige Bank Limited. He steered the change management process from Amalgamated Bank Limited to Bank of Africa Limited as the head of human resources. Richard is a governing council member and a visiting lecturer at the University of Gold Coast. He obtained his MA Communication Studies and MBA Education from Leeds University in the UK and Australian Institute of Business, with a Global Executive Management Training Certificate from the Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Richard studied for his postgraduate diploma in marketing from CIM UK and postgraduate diploma in business administration from KNUST in Ghana. Richard has over a decade of boardroom and executive experience. He is the author of 2 self-leadership books, Your Journey to the Top and Are You a Good Leader? He is the principal trainer and a director of New Africa Leadership Institute, NALI, where he focuses on mentoring the next corporate executives. Richard Kwatena-Hinkwa.
Hello. Thank you very much, Nana Chair. Honorable Kennedy Agyapong, I'm so happy meeting you again. Regional Minister, distinguished speakers and dignitaries, I think we almost forgot the landlord as well. We are happy meeting all of you, ladies and gentlemen. There's one thing I want to do, with your permission. I always believe that a nation that fails to honor men and women that sacrifice for that nation makes us people who don't want to maybe sacrifice for that nation as well. So today, there's a reason it's a holiday. I think so. So if we can be upstanding for the men and women who have done great for this country with Kwame Nkrumah in person, we have to remember today. Just a minute, please. Just let's do that. If you take that out of my minute, I'll be very happy. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. May the souls of the men and women who had actually labored for this country be remembered. Thank you. So today I'm here for this session, and I think before I also proceed, we can put our hands together for the organizers of this show. Daniel Asumani in question. Well done. Well done. It takes a lot to bring the youth from the length and breadth of this country to come in here with great persons here to also provide mentorship. For me, I was given the topic that is the main topic, and it is on the National Youth Leadership Conference on, is there enough youth empowerment? I cannot be quick to say yes or no, but I think that there's always room for improvement. That is what I can say. To start with, we have about 1.2 billion youth across the globe. 1.2 billion. And out of the 1.2 billion, the youth forms about 18%. And Africa alone contributes about 42%. Yes. And it is projected to hit 75% by 2030. That is, if we extend the youth from 15 to 24, then to 35. Then we're hitting about 75%. In Ghana, with a population of about 34 million, the youth contributes about 40%. Here, I'm talking about 15 to 24 years. And during the last census, within the youth 15 to 24 years, we have 50 males, 50% males, 50% females. So basically, it tells us that as a country, we have enormous human resource talent that we can tap into. I think we are quick to focus on the natural resources. But if you go to countries like in the UK, in the West, the focus is on the human resources. And I think this is where we need to look at as a country. Now, there are 3 phases of life, work, and career when it comes to, life itself. Between 0 to 25 is the learning phase. Between 25 to 45 is the earning phase. So you learn to earn. Then after 65, basically the burning phase. Obviously, then we head to retirement. Now, the most crucial ages is between 18 years all the way to 24. Reason being, that is where the youth try to discover themselves. That is where mentoring becomes very, very important. If we don't do that and we allow the youth to find their way, they hit a Waterloo. So obviously what happens is that they are always afraid of the future instead of being excited about the future. So how can we, I believe that as a country, come in and as a people to support the youth to be more excited about the future, not being afraid of the future? And I think this is where the question comes in again. Is there enough youth empowerment? I think that we can do things differently. How do we do things differently? We need to look at reinventing government platforms, right? I did my national service 2 times. We belong to the old school. So you finish your A level, you do one national service. Then when you finish, university, you do another one. Of course, I did the first one. Second one, I was halfway through it. And then I went to study anyway. I came back again. But what do I say? I come back to see the same process and the same structure of the national service. We are using those years, about 20 years, platforms to solve, let me say 1998 for my first one, 1998 structure to fix 2025 issues. How can that be possible? We need to reinvent the way we do things. I personally believe that national service should be a certain platform to allow the youth to come up with their initiative. Somewhere about 7 years ago, I wanted to have a certain conversation with National Service Scheme about how do we prepare the youth before they take off to national service, and how do we even invite them after national service into the world. It's a two-way street. If we don't do the first one well, we will not achieve the second one. How do you do the first one? For example, people are going to be transferred to Atebubu, Sheshe, Jobrase, Northern region. They need to know. They should have cultural intelligence. Beyond that cultural intelligence, they should know what are the opportunities out there. So when they go, they are not looking at themselves as just going to serve, but they are going to be entrepreneurial to the opportunities that are there. We need to reinvent, I think, government platforms. We need to focus more into, if you like, digital tools, because that is the future. That is the way to go. We can talk about ethical leadership. We can talk about, integrity, all of that. Beyond that, digital leadership is changing the world now. And I remember I was lucky to be part of a program 8 years ago at Harvard Business School. And then Kaplan, our good old Kaplan, said this. He said, if you think, at that time we were doing a course on how to manage millennials. And he said, guys, if you think managing millennials is difficult, let's wait for the next generation. So as a corporate trainer, I do a lot of training on how to manage Gen Zs. Now, in some 10 years to come, Gen Alpha is on the way. Now, the question is, how do we communicate to Gen Zs? We need to learn. I have personally come to understand that when you're talking to a Gen Z and you don't have a very good information about technology in the middle of the conversation, you've lost it. There should be something technology in the middle. There should be something social media in the middle. The question is, how are we going to engage them, and how do we engage them rightly? And the final thing is that we need to learn to listen to them. And I always say that listening is in 3 phases. Sometimes we listen well, but we don't listen to the end. If you want to talk to the new generation, listen to the end. And if you are able to achieve this, I think that this forum will answer some of the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Richard. And we'll be exploring into more details when we get to the panel session. Media will help us with our next speaker and panelists, please.
Daniel Matlon is a social impact investor, media producer, and visionary entrepreneur whose work bridges innovation, finance, and social transformation. He is the founder of the global socio-economic campaign #IsThereEnough, a movement advancing conversations on financial inclusions and sustainability. The initiative has attracted the attention of policymakers, educators, and private sector leaders across Europe, Africa, the Americas, and Latin America, promoting the idea that future economies can be modeled more on human resources than natural ones. As the co-founder of Impact Launchpad, a social impact investment banking and advisory firm, Daniel is pioneering a risk-adjusted model for sustainable finance. This framework is designed to mobilize greater pools of investment capital, accelerating progress towards United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Through this model, Impact Launchpad aims to establish 100 global centers for non-profit impact investment to empower more than 50,000 projects worldwide over the next 15 years, working in close partnership with government and private interests alike. Daniel's entrepreneurial journey also spans media and technology. As the co-founder of iDiscovery, through his diverse leadership roles, Daniel Matlon has consistently demonstrated a commitment to blending profit with purpose. His work reflects a belief in the transformative power.
Hello. Such an honor to be here with all of you distinguished speakers, ministers, social impact players, civil society. This room here is filled with the future of this country, and not just this country, but all of the continent. Give yourselves a hand here. I'm going to ask that the first slide show there, and we've never worked together, me and the people in the back there, so we'll see how our slides go. I was recently introduced by somebody I greatly respect to a group of distinguished leaders who called me Mr. Possibility. I like to think of myself as Mr. Realization. And can I have my first slide up there for a moment, please? Am I going without slides? I will have to do it from memory. So my friends at Group Partners, who are very distinguished consultants and strategists to the UN and major corporations, they told me that they spend sometimes 2 to 3 months before they come into a program or a project that's usually stuck. Has anybody ever felt stuck in this room? Raise your hand if you ever felt stuck. Right? Well, you know what they would say is, when you're asking the wrong question, you're solving the wrong problem. Right? I could leave the stage right now with just that little nugget, and I promise you, if you begin to ask, every time that I am in any kind of struggle, I'm usually clearer on what I do not want than what I do, and I'm usually asking the wrong question. So the right question we're asking here is there enough youth empowerment? Now, we ask the question, is there enough, in a very general way, because there is no yes or no answer to that question. It's conditional, it's situational. Asking, is there enough clean water, is not the same in this country as it is in mine, right? And the technology that can empower us to be able to do that does not come into being without us connecting with each other. Because what I am very interested in, know what economics is in the modern world with respect to the economists in the room. I would argue that we don't. In fact, if I asked you this question, is there a fixed amount of money in the world? Can anybody answer that question? Because I've asked that question all over the world and nobody can. Because money is not a thing. Wealth, as my mentor Buckminster Fuller said, is our ability to achieve a standard of living and sustain it over time. Wealth is survival over time, right? There are certain individuals in this room who have maybe hundreds of years of wealth, and maybe some others in the room that have only a few hours or a few days of existing wealth. So my question to you is, if that's what wealth is, how do we produce more? And you only have to look at my relationship with Daniel, which would be on a slide if I had my slides working, and you would see our picture together, and you would understand what wealth is. Here's a young man who had an idea in his mind when he was only in his early 20s. He had a vision of all of you being here in this room, and look exactly what has taken place. How did that happen? How do those of us with an idea make something happen, and those of us with ideas struggle? What Daniel understood is that agreement is what builds wealth. If I want to build my standard of living higher than it is today, it isn't money per se, it is agreement that builds that. And so if we ask, is there enough youth empowerment, do we not have to ask what power is? What is power? Is power only the people in power? I don't think so. I am deliberately simple. So all of you who want to, in fact, if you look at all of the world as a whole, is there enough? As a whole. Is there enough water on this planet? Where our not enoughs are, where our scarcities are, is local and special and individual and exceptional. It looks completely opposite. It looks like wealth is a prize for only a few of us. This is not true. We live in 2025. I'm going to argue every one of you in this room with a good idea has more power, the ability to get things done, than the 1% of 20 years ago had. Do you understand this? Here in 2025, you have more power than the 1% of 20 years ago. Would anybody have not enjoyed the standard of living of a 1% 20 years ago? This is.
I'd like to wrap up and
yes, I understand. If your wealth and your power is increased by your ability to make agreement, the most important agreement that you can ever make is the agreement with yourself. Who am I? Your identity is your real agreement. And without that, you cannot make agreement with anyone else. So I'm going to invite you to consider identity in a very simple way also. Say it with me. I am my history. I am my choices. You are two people. I am my history and I am my choices. Ghana is its history and Ghana is its choices. Humanity is its history and humanity is its choices. This is your responsibility, your opportunity, as the gentleman said. That's what comes with power. We always hear responsibility. I'm going to suggest to you your opportunity rather than our obvious difference. I would not only not be in this room, I would not be able to bring all the resources and investment. Relationship could lead to something just like Daniel and I being here and me being in your august company. So make sure you're not only listening to the speakers, but you're making contacts with at least one person you did not know before.
Fantastic.
That may be the source of your power.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Daniel Matalon. Thought-provoking indeed. So media will let us know who our next speaker is, please.
Kwaminka is President and CEO of the Center for Economic Research and Policy Analysis, CEPA, Africa's leading economic policy institute focused on driving the continent's economic growth and sustainable development through research and policy analysis. He's a highly regarded transformative development and a passion for institutionalizing practical economic policies. He's a thought leader and columnist for a leading online publication of the Business and Financial Times, leading discourse in key economic subject matters. His distinguished body of work spans financial systems research, economic policy ideation and formulation, and enterprise innovation, positioning him as a thought leader within Ghana's economic and organizational development landscape. With a rich background in financial and monetary economics, Mr. Amankwa Minka has contributed significantly to policy analysis, including the flagship Gold for Oil policy. As the founder and group head of ACAM Group, a Ghanaian conglomerate with subsidiaries spanning financial and investment advisory, organizational learning and development.
Thank you very much. I am flattered with the accolades. I want to stay humble. Nana Chair, and the biggest brother to us all, thank you. And all honorable members in the House, I say thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Ken, permit me to give a showdown. Permit me. And also to be sure that this showdown will lead to some possibilities. If not, we will reset. So once Honorable Ken has given me the opportunity, then I'm sure Honorable Okpon Nkrumah says I can make it possible. So I am doing that. Thank you very much. So some few years ago, about 20 years ago, I met a young man. And this young man had just left the university. And right after the university, traveled to the United States to look for a job. You know how we go out of the country and we decide to look for jobs with McDonald's and Burger King and all the likes to be able to keep hope alive. Few months down the line, this young man decided to come back to Ghana and start his national service. He is placed in a very little corner at the Ministry of Manpower. How many of you remember Ministry of Manpower? And that corner he was sitting was the corner where the security man used to sit. Why was he there? He was there because the security man told him that there was no place or there was no seat for the national service personnel. So this young man decided that, okay, no problem. If there is no seat, then I'll have to find myself something to do. And this young man decided to find internship and do national service, become a research officer in the organization. When this young man started the research officer position, he spotted an opportunity. And that opportunity was that in that organization, they were supposed to be running training programs. And that training programs had not been happening for some years. So this young man decided that, wait, I wanted to become an economist. Nevertheless, I have spotted an opportunity in the organization that I am currently in, which says that there is no training happening within the training department. This young man decides that, okay, I will take this training department and then visit all the HRs in the banks and start creating that training that I would love to see. Fast forward 4 months down the line, this young man comes out with his first training program. And that training department now becomes the cash cow of the entire organization after 2 years. Then this young man, after creating value, is poached into another bank at the age of 28. 28 years. What is he going to do? He's going to head a department. And at 30, to not only head a department, but become an executive member of the department. That young man spotted an opportunity outside what he had planned to do. Few years down the line, this young man built himself very well through personal development and now ensured that that corporate that he wanted to be in as an economist, this time he will create that same corporate by himself. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how SEPA started. And I am that young man. So I came to encourage you that as young as you are, yes, whether NDC, whether MPP, they might not have gotten it right yet. But one thing is assured, spot the little opportunity when you can. Because if you are waiting for that perfect opportunity, then you have no opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ebenezer Minta. Okay. He has made us aware the possibility of giving poverty a showdown. All right. I liked it. Right. We'll find out who our next speaker is as well. Media will assist us. Thank you.
Nakhi Sitiaka Oasis Ibrahim, affectionately known as Sitiaka, is the reigning Ghana's most beautiful 2024 queen. Representing the Savannah region, she made history as the first hijab-wearing contestant to win the prestigious crown, marking a remarkable milestone for inclusivity and representation in Ghana's cultural space. Currently a law student at the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA, Sitiaka embodies determination, intelligence, and grace. Despite almost missing her audition due to academic exams, her perseverance and faith carried her through an unforgettable victory. Her crowning moment on October 6, 2024 at the National Theatre not only brought pride to Savannah region, but also inspired many young women to boldly pursue their dreams. Sitiaka has been a passionate advocate for youth empowerment, climate action, and education. Through initiatives such as Sweet Smiles projects, she has championed tree planting, recycling, literacy development, and mentorship in schools and orphanages. She continues to use her platform to raise awareness on sustainability, climate resilience, and social impact, positioning herself as a young leader with a vision for better Ghana. Sitiaka is more than a beauty queen. She is a trailblazer, role model, and voice of change. Her journey reflects resilience, purpose, and transformative power of believing in one's dream.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, the chair, distinguished guests and personalities present. The topic before us, or the challenge before us, we must first of all break down the key words in the topic. First of all, what is climate change? You know, you don't fight against something that you don't patterns. Over a period of time, emission of greenhouse gases, something that is about it. There are a lot of effects of climate change. For instance, unpredictable rainfall patterns. I know initially in the past, we could predict that maybe at the beginning of the year from June, July, there will be heavy rains and all that. And you know, in Ghana, most of our farmers rely heavily on rainfall in order to plant their crops. But here is the case, we can no longer predict the rainfall patterns. And this leads to food insecurity. You go to the market and you realize that the prices of food become very expensive and you don't understand. It's because of climate change. And this is something that we as youth can work on to ensure that climate change becomes a thing of the past. And how do we do this? Through climate risk, with initiatives that will help us adapt and recover from climate shocks. You know, in Ghana, years away from now, we are those that will feel the effects of climate change the most. To know how important or urgent climate change is, it is even evident in the 1992 Constitution. Under Article 41K, which states that it is the responsibility and duty of every citizen of Ghana to make sure that we protect and safeguard our environment. It does not just present challenges, but it also comes with opportunities that we, the youth, can take and make sure that we help solve the issue of climate change whilst we empower ourselves as well. And this is through building climate resilient initiatives. For instance, an act as simple as tree planting can help save the environment. An act as simple as not burning your waste and proper disposal of waste can help save the environment and act as simple as recycling and upcycling initiatives. For instance, you see a used car tire or a car tire that is worn out, but we see a means to make money out of it and also protect the environment at the same time. We can change used car tires into sofas, into chairs. So you don't just protect the environment through this, but you are also creating a means for you to also make money and help. It's even a means of employment. And through this, if we empower a lot of youth to take part in initiatives like this, it can even go as far as reducing the unemployment rate in the society. Now, how do we empower youth climate-led initiatives? By creating capacity building programs like this. By educating the youth, because before you solve a problem, you must know the root cause of the problem and come up with innovative ways in order to solve that problem. So thank you, VODEC Africa, for giving us this platform to let more youth know about climate change and how they can take part in solving this issue. Another way of empowering youth-led climate resilience initiatives is through policy inclusion. Let's include our youth in the policies that we make, in decision-making processes that involve climate change, because we have very innovative youth in our society that can come up with innovative solutions to climate change. Another one is access to resources. We have a lot of youth that have passion for protecting our environments. They have wonderful ideas, but they do not have enough resources to scale up their initiatives. So we should give the youth access to resources, to funding, to help scale up our initiatives. And another one is partnerships. You cannot do this alone. And we cannot solve climate change alone. We must do this together as a community. So through building partnerships with international organizations, with government agencies, amongst others, we can make this dream a reality. I want to say thank you once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And together we can make a difference. So please, whatever you listen to or you hear in this auditorium today, don't just sleep over it or let it pass through one ear and go out. But make sure you take steps in order to actualize whatever you hear today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you very much. So we've got into an important session, and most of you didn't see my fall. Huh? It was an epic fall. A round of applause for Akwesi Akunedu. Right. So at this session, the topic is crucial, and we are here to talk about the youth, tools to empower them. I will start with you. You talked about climate change. It's a fancy word, climate change. So we do summits, and then we have programs like that. We go to the UN for climate change discussions. How are we making climate change attractive for the young person? You are young, you've done it. So how do we make it very attractive for young people to partner?
Thank you, and I think it's a very important question. And as a young person, I felt the same way too, especially when I was here in UPSA. I saw a lot of programs on climate change, and I was asking myself, what at all is this climate change? Because mostly when people are talking about climate change, they use a lot of big terms that we don't understand, and sometimes people see the topic to be boring. So I decided to take steps to do research and get to understand what climate change is. And even I was the SRC Women's Commissioner for UPSA. So when I did my research and realized how important climate change is to us and to the society, I decided to take steps to make climate change very easy for the young people to understand. So during my stay here in UPSA as the SRC Women's Commissioner, I organized the Face of UPSA, which is a beauty pageant, and it deals with education, entertainment, and empowering young ladies. So I decided to inculcate the topic of climate change into it, which had to do with the main topic or theme for that beauty pageant last year was based on climate change.
So for young persons who aren't interested in pageants, again, how do we attract them?
Okay, so with that particular initiative, there were a lot of young people that came here to watch, and even though they were not part of the contestants, but through the entertainment, they were able to learn about climate change subconsciously. You get it? So it's not... Yes, so we should make climate change, the topic of climate change, very attractive. And even in my work, I go to schools, and instead of just talking about climate change, we make it very practical so that they get to understand the need for climate action and take steps towards that.
Thank you very much. This is the VODEC Africa NELEF 2025 panel discussion. On the panel, I have Honorable Dr. Frank Ohene is the Ashanti Regional Minister. Round of applause for him. Engineer Felix Etrim is here. Mr. Richard Ahimkra is here. Queen Nihat Tiaka is here. Mr. Daniel Metalon is here. And Ebenezer Minka is also here. Mr. Minister, let's talk about politics and young people. You were talking about, several interventions that young people could get in there. Now it's looking as if you're not already a politician, as a young person, it's quite difficult for you to get in there. How are we making politics right now in Ghana attractive and easy for young persons who want to also make impact, join or enter in there?
Thank you very much. So it's a myth. You don't necessarily need to be born by a politician or here in the circles of Ghana's politics. They are born leaders and they are made leaders. So at any point in time, you can decide to join the course of leadership. When I was in SHS, I was very quiet and reserved. I joined leadership at level 200 at the university. And since then, I've been very active for almost a decade and a half. So it's all about you as an individual and what you want to do, and at what point you want to enter. And when you get that opportunity or you decide to enter, it is up to you to find people who you think you are in love with their ideologies. Get closer to them, get to ask questions, and then you'll be able to define your path well and be able to navigate your way through the complexities. So yes, you can start at any point in time, approach anyone you think that the person's style of leadership is one that attracts you. And I'm sure you'll have that opportunity of doing so. For us, who are already in the game, or who are in the game now, what I think we need to do is to be very accessible to the young ones, so that they don't really struggle navigating their ways from offices to offices, to be able to assess us and be able to also tap from our ideologies and the things we have gone through. Once we're able to make ourselves available to the young ones and the up and coming, I'm sure that it should attract them. And they should be able to.
I'm sure young persons here will have different questions to ask on that. If we can get a microphone to Honorable Agyapong, I would like to take his. No, can we have make a microphone available for Honorable Kennedy Agyapong? I would like to hear his thoughts on this. Do you agree with the minister that politics is attractive to the young persons now, sir?
Good question. Honestly, currently, the way we do politics in this country, I don't think is attractive to the young ones, because Ghanaians now believe that politicians, most of us, we don't speak the truth. And
a round of applause for him.
So even if the youth wants to go into politics, their parents tend to advise them to stay away from politics, because the moment you start doing politics, that is when the day you were born will be told by your opponent and give all sort of information, misinformation about you. So I personally, with my experience, I don't think politics is attractive, and I'll never advise any of my children to go into politics.
Right. So the second part, I give the microphone back to him. Honorable Agyapong, the second part of my question is this. If you are not willing to advise your children to be politicians, young persons, there are over 5,000 gathered here right now. How do we make politics attractive? Now, the caveat here, sir, is you go into politics to make money rather than, causing change in the economy. What do we do?
Individual choice. You can decide to go into politics, but anybody who comes to me to take advice from me, I always discourage them. And when they go,
You are there.
Yeah. So first, when I was going into it, the advice given to me, I didn't take it. But with the experience today, it's not attractive. I'm being brought to politics as an end to means or whatever. I'm afraid is a wrong approach. You need to work on other things.
Thank you, sir. The microphone to Honorable Opon Kroma. Sir, the same question to you. You are quite young, a journalist, a communicator, and you went in there. So sometimes on interviews, people say, I want to be like Honorable Opon Kroma because he's young and he's done that. Same question to you. How do we make politics attractive to the young Ghanaian?
I think first, I'll take a bite on whether a lot more people are getting attracted to politics or other options. And I think that a lot of young people are getting attracted to politics for two reasons. Sometimes they admire the personality Honorable Agyapong mentioned. A lot of people believe that the fastest way to make money is to go into politics. And so you find a lot of young people congregating in that
You are
space.
young. Did you make money? Have you made money?
Not yet. I think that has happened because, and for all of us across the political divide, I think we should admit, over the years, I mean, today we celebrate Dr. Nkrumah's birthday. Over the years, since independence, we have not succeeded in making the broader Ghanaian economy and the pillars in the economy that ordinarily should attract a lot more people, like entrepreneurship and professions. We have not succeeded in making them as younger ones who are in and who reflect on this. What we should be looking to do is to use our work, not necessarily to make politics attractive, but young people, who would express the view that if they had their way, they would leave the country. Why? It's because we in the political class, from 1957 till now, have not succeeded in making the broader Ghanaian economy attractive and rewarding enough. And I think that is what we should be focusing a lot more on.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Back to our panel, Mr. Trim. Entrepreneurship is quite risky. So entrepreneurship is a risky area. Most kids or youth or young persons these days, I complete a university, I want to be in the office. How do we make entrepreneurship super attractive for young persons and not considering the risk factors?
Well, it's true. Thank you. It's true. It's risky. But then let me say that not everyone can just get up and be an entrepreneur. There are some who can be entrepreneurs right from school. Others will have to go through a curve, like learn on jobs and then find something to do. And others will be privileged to be handpicked by somebody and then given the opportunity to become entrepreneurs. So the most important thing is that wherever you find yourself, just look at the conditions around you to see what can make you become an entrepreneur. And from yourself, there are people who cannot be entrepreneurs. Because to be an entrepreneur, Honorable Agyapong Nkrumah said, and my brother has said, of course, Honorable Ken has also said, when you are doing, like Minka said, when you are someone and you are working, NPP comes, they're like, oh, this guy won't give him a job. By God's grace, you start getting a job and you work. If NDC comes by, they're like, this guy worked with Nana, he means he's Nana's boy, so he can't work with us. Then, purpose for individuals. So you must always ask what your purpose is.
So I've asked what my purpose is. Purpose is the next question to you, sir. I know what my purpose is. I want to do X. Let's say I want to be an Uber driver, or purchase vehicles to start an Uber business. But this is my last coins that I put together. How sure am I that once I put these monies into this business, it's going to yield the right dividends for me?
I think one of the things personally, I'm not a fan of talk shop, basically. I always want us to talk about things that are much more practical. I personally think that there should be a platform and a very good, if you like, framework to develop the youth. So if youth want to get into entrepreneurship, for example, there should be some tax incentives. The taxes for a youth, someone who just finished school to start a business, he's going to pay the same tax as someone who has been in business in terms of percentage. The point is that how can he or she navigate his way to the top? The journey is going to be longer. But two, that, we have a certain platform. If you want to be an Uber driver, come and pick one. Why don't you say that if you can bring a proposal so that you can earn fleet of cars, then you make the youth think big and have a growth mindset. So for me, I personally think that beyond the conversation of my last coin, this is what I have, how can I get in, there should be a certain environment, a platform that can urge the youth to navigate their way to the top more quicker than waiting for the latter.
Right. Thank you very much. Sir, we talk about leadership roles, and then we say, let's young people approach leaders, approach people when you want to start anything. It's very difficult approaching certain persons. Once you go to them, even getting to them is a problem. Now, my question is, how do we build the confidence? I want to see you. I don't know you from nowhere. I've sent a couple of letters to your office wanting to see you, for you to look at my application or shepherd me in my business. How do we make it easier for young persons to approach leadership when they have ideas?
Thank you very much, Akosia. So I want to say something. Like my brother said, I always choose to be very practical. And let's be very practical. You know, in this country, we think that youth empowerment is a charity. But youth empowerment is not a charity. Most often, when you read manifestos of different political parties, they look at, and you take your time to study it, they are talking about handouts. They're talking about things that they'll give to and you come for scholarship, and then we will give you this seat. Look, it is not. Youth empowerment is a strategy. It's a strategy that drives sustainable economic development. So for us to be able to, first of all, even discuss leadership and approaching leadership, let's see the youth as a strategic tool. So when you see the youth as a strategic tool, then the conversations, you see, I heard my brother, Honorable Minister, talk about all the vehicles that has been set up by previous governments and the governments, and we will come back and fight these same vehicles. Why? Because these vehicles are always created to have the mindset to give handouts. And we should, before I go back to that point that you want me to address, I want us to be clear in this room that youth empowerment is a strategy. Rwanda sat down for people, strategy for the youth. Or we come back, you give them some money, then we tell them when we come to power, that is not youth empowerment. And if we don't take care, we will be creating monsters that will one day come after us. It's about time we stop it. Now, why are leaders not approachable? I want to have that conversation. If you're a leader, you're not approachable. You are not a leader in the first place. Let's not even have the conversation about leadership. Because a leader is for the people. You are meant for the people. If I cannot walk to Honorable Ohene and say, sir, can I have a conversation about something? And you give me a minute or two to say, just that, yeah, sometimes I understand the lapses of the youth when you give them one time to talk about necessary stuff. But leadership is driving something out of people. So I know every single honorable sitting here, I know either by face or by name, or have listened to. There's one thing about Sticker. Sticker will play everybody, but he's an honorable. But you can approach him. To what level can you approach him? I don't know. Honorable Ohene has so many avenues to approach him, either at the constituency or here. When I was sitting here with my brother Frank, I was telling him that your ability to be a minister in one of the biggest regions in Ghana at the age of 30-something years, combining top paramount chiefs and kings and then the governors, it's not easy. Teach me. It is approaching leadership. So I think that a leader in the first place should be approachable. You are not a leader if you are not approachable. If I leave here today and I cannot speak to less than about 10 students and say, what do you do? How are you going about it? Because one of the problems is that we have a lot of young people who have built a lot in tech and agri in this country. The only thing is that they don't have a voice. They don't have a voice. So they are underrepresented. And when my honorable members of parliament get to parliament, and I expect them to go and give them the voice, oh, they'll go and fight.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Metalon. Now,
before you ask,
right.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Before you ask me a question, I think I know why you're the next president. Because really, honestly, like, we're all practical on this stage, not just theoretical, right? And we know some things from history, right? I am my history, I am my choices. One of the things I've studied in history, sir, is that there is no time in history I've ever found where directly investing, which is what you call a strategy, investing in pings do. And the seeds you plant with each other is what gives the power for other people to be empowered to serve you. The people have the power more than the people in power, but it's not a threat. We all work together. Wherever we are in the world, I've studied this, not just in Ghana.
All right. Thank you very much. Talking about mentorship, he said a lot about leadership being approachable and all that. I want to find out, as a young person, we always have ideas. So when I meet Honorable Kennedy Agyapong, I will tell him about my business that costs $500,000. Meanwhile, I haven't done anything with one Ghana city. And then I take all these huge ideas to him, and it's like it's an abstract thing from the reality. How do we sell ourselves as serious with our businesses?
Let me say that the agreement we give times a week, really. And when I coach them about getting investment, I ask them to remember that the investor that's sitting on the other side of the table, or anybody granting you power that you don't otherwise have, they have their own risks, not just you as an entrepreneur. Did I go up? No. So it's very important, if you're dealing with people you perceive to be empowered to be able to help you, that you get to know their interests. What are their not enoughs? Even people with money have plenty of not enoughs in their life. Not enough time, not enough resources, not enough support, not enough engagement, which is why you need to be approachable as a leader. So I think if we shift from thinking, how do I get my agreement and how do I make agreement with the person sitting on the other side of the table, that opens up the doors for them to hear how you can contribute.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ohene, we realize in our part of the world, once we agree on, let's say, government interventions, and then we go there, let's say there's an intervention, let's use an Uber example again, and then I know that government says that they are giving X amount of vehicles to young persons who want to be in that industry. And I go there and it's party members only. How do we move away from that to the national cake where everyone, every young person feels I'm included, I'm heard, and I can get whatever intervention or can be a part of whatever intervention the government comes up with?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So, political parties exist for one reason, to win an election, that is it. Government exists beyond what a political party is expected to do. So there should always be that difference between running a political party and running government. If you intermix what political parties do with what you're expected to do as a government, you end up being partisan with almost everything. Yes, you may have youth who have supported you to win an election to form government in the first place. So in anything you are doing, you can give a fair quota to the political party to manage whatever they need to manage their youth with. And you leave the chunk of it for the great majority of the people who may not have a voice through a political party to access him.
So are you saying that party people first before the general Ghanaian population?
They should be provided for, not first or second or third or fourth, but they have to be provided for. And once you make that provision, the rest or whatever.
The rest is offensive. We are all Ghanaians. We voted for a particular goal for a government, to steer the affairs of people. So if you are telling me right now that party members first, then I'm sad.
So
Hold on, sir. What if?
You're getting it wrong with the first.
Honorable, what if? You said that. So what if I have no connections to you, and I really need that? Then, is that what you're saying?
You are getting it wrong with first. No government can survive without their political parties. We cannot be hypocritical about it. That a youth would leave everything they are doing, follow Agyapong, go and give all the showdown, and at the end of the day, you expect that he becomes president and will not take care of them. It will never happen. So make adequate provision for your political party. Whilst you make adequate provision for the rest, or if I say the rest, it doesn't mean that we are putting the political party first, but the political party must be catered for. If they are not catered for, that is where they will come on your neck, and everything now will turn into a partisan affair because you have not been able to provide it for them. Once you're able to do that and satisfy both parts, I don't see the reason why. So for me, as a minister now, every Tuesday I decide I dedicate that for political party affairs. So if you're a party person and want to see me on Tuesdays. Every other day is for government business. So if you come and you're a political party person and I need to book you, I'll book you for a Tuesday. You need to give to what is Caesar, Caesar. What is Christ, you give to Christ. Once you are able to do that, I'm sure that you should be able to satisfy both sides and you should be free.
It's painful, but it's a hard truth anyway. Yes, it's a hard truth. Now, our Queen, let's look at climate change and government interventions. Do you think that over the years and even in recent times, is government doing enough, so far as climate change is concerned?
Okay, so in my view, the government has embarked on a lot of initiatives, or they have put in some interventions in order to help solve the issue of climate change. First of all, they've opened their doors to the youth in order to easily access them. For instance, as the GMB Queen and embarking on my project, I have met a lot of people in government just by sending letters to them, booking appointments to meet them, and they are always available. And also the government has kept a lot of initiatives to ensure that there will be climate. At the beginning of this year, the government launched the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative of States for Climate Change and Sustainability. mainly for that purpose. So I think it's a very good initiative. We have the Forestry Commission, the Ministry of Environment, the Environmental Protection Agency, and aside that, they've partnered with international organizations as well to help provide funding for climate change initiatives. For instance, recently the National Youth Authority partnered with an international organization to make funds available to youth. So the application was open, and the youth that were into green economy or climate change initiatives could easily send in an application for a grant to help scale up their initiatives. So I think the government is really doing well in terms of climate change.
Thank you very much, and then we thank the government for your intervention. You want to add something, sir? All right.
Global perspective. Waste is wealth. Okay, waste economic opportunity all over the world. So whatever government policy or any other policy can be about is empowering entrepreneurship within the technology of converting waste into wealth. This country can become a leader in the world in this technology if it decides to.
Thank you. Final question. Looking up ground floor, first floor, second floor. Many youth here. Someone might be contemplating, which area in this economy should I invest in? We say Trim. What would you say, Engineer Trim? Can you give us an area that, as for this area, is risk-free? When I put my money into this, I'm getting investment or money back on investment.
It's difficult to mention one specific area, but tech is flying. Tech is flying, right? But then you must also look at your strength and then go into the area that you can stand. Because if you're a young person, what you don't have is capital. So then you want to see where your professionalism, your ethics and everything can build you up for someone to support you. So, but tech is really doing well now because, like Nana said, AI. So if you really want to go into tech, it will be fine. But I always think that once you have studied something in school for 2, 3, or 4 years, you have something within it that you can always specialize on. So don't always throw your degrees away because you want to be an entrepreneur. This gentleman was an economist, and he still did something in economics, and he's still an economist. So I think we shouldn't let people just go to school for 4 years and come out and think that they can do anything. But what you study in school, you can use it, build on it, find something within it that will make you better, create value, and that can give you some business. Thank you.
Thank you. We open up the floor for a few questions. So if you have a question, kindly come up. Yes, put your hand up, mention your name, and then ask away.
All right. Hello. Right. Right. My name is Kamal. I'm a young Ghanaian advocate. Before I proceed, ladies and gentlemen, can we show some love to the organizers of this event? Right. I believe that today we talked more about youth empowerment. But when you look at our system, there's a lot of limitations. For example, when you look at our 1992 Constitution, that is Article 62B, states clearly give the requirement to be able to contest for president. You have to be at the age of 40 years. And now we are in 2025. This question goes to the Minister of Ashanti Region. Do you think that it's about time to amend certain part of the Constitution to be able to give opportunity to the youth to also lead? Reducing the 40 years to, let's say, 30 years, because we believe that leadership is not about age. Like I said earlier, my name. And also one question to our Honorable Kenneth Agyapong, sorry, this is the last question. He contesting for the flag bearership 2026. What strategic plan does he have for the youth? But before I end, let us show love for him for being present here. All right, like I said earlier, my name is Kamaldeen Abdullah Ibn Chambers. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you. So, Honorable Minister, you take the first one, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. The framers of our Constitution had a certain perspective as at the time the Constitution was being written. And the Constitution definitely is a growing document to provide for current dispensation and issues that may come up. In time past, the age at which you even start school was around 7 years thereabout. Now, even at 1 year, there are daycare schools that can take care of children and all that. So as the society progresses, there should be an avenue to make amendments of this nature. In America, I remember clearly, the age limit is 35. For instance, if Obama were to be in Ghana, I'm not sure he would have had the opportunity to become president at 40 to 35. That amendment, I think that if you're able to push from the institutions as we have here, it will be a reflection of what the youth is calling for, so that we can have a Gen Z president maybe in the near future. Thank you.
That would be interesting. All right, thank you. So, Honorable Ohene Agyapong will take the next question.
Oh, thank you very much. Anyway, his question is what actually I'm going to talk about. Yeah, thank you very much for asking the question. My aim of becoming the president and also what I'll do for the youth, the answer is simple. As a businessman, I've come to realize that the youth are not given opportunities. When you talk of youth employment, all those agencies are not going to assure the future of the youth unless the government creates enabling environment suitable for business so that the youth will take advantage of it. Here, the youth is over-dependent on government for their survival. And no youth depending on the government alone can survive or be a rich or successful person. You have to take your destiny into your own hands and make sure that you take advantage of what is going on and move ahead. Don't wait till the government gives you assistance. So what into businesses? The rest you hear from me when I speak.
Much. We'll take, the line is quite, so we'll do 3 more questions and then, name and then you ask away.
Yeah, okay, thanks for Member of Parliament. Thank you.
I was president for National Union of Ghana Students, hometown. So leadership had been part of me from the SRC level at the point I needed to enter mainstream politics. The reason for which I had an opportunity to do so that year from Agyapong, and I did so from Agyapong. As a student, yes, it was difficult having to mobilize funds to pay for the development fee, not the filing fee. The filing fee usually you can do it, but the development fee. I'm sure Honorable is paying 4 million Ghana cedis as a development fee. The reason why he has to win. So, being able to help you with whichever vision you want to pursue, among others. So yes, from my school days, I had built these individuals who believed in my vision and my ambition, and for which reason I needed to fall on them and fall on family to be able to provide for some of these funds that were needed to be able to go through that hurdle. Challenges, yes, there were a lot of challenges. When I decided to contest, the incumbent, the former MCE, also from nowhere decided to also contest. And you would imagine having to contest as a student against a former DC who just left office. Financially, otherwise, connection with the district and all that. It was a huge challenge for me. Age, yes, was a very huge challenge. So at the point, they would say things that would intend to provoke you. Once you go overboard, then they will brag you as being arrogant. Even in a situation where you want to be assertive and stand on your grounds, if you don't take care, they will brand you as being arrogant. So I needed to play it well, manage it well, convince the people why we needed a young person as parliamentary candidate instead of the status quo. And that was well managed, and I was able to win the parliamentary primaries. Moving on to the main elections, which was the NDC-NPP battle. Mampong has ever been an NPP-dominated area. My main aim was to win. The second aim was to make sure I bridged the gap, which I did so beautifully. And that gave me an opportunity to run for regional secretary for the party in the next election, because they realized that the effort and the strategies I put up was able to bring the NPP votes down and be able to appreciate the NDC votes. And for which reason, I was able to win as the youngest regional secretary in the next election. So these were the things that I went through as a young politician starting from my hometown. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. So we'll take one question from... Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. So, if we talk about the youth, we all know we are talking about the future. And if we are talking about the future, then it means we have a mission that we are working towards. So please, if our honorable guest can tell us about the mission and also some of the policies to be prioritized maybe in the next 10 years to ensure development in the youth. And then the second question goes to Mr. Felix. Elder, wait there, Ms. Shemi Bisa. In our religious setting, we have our values and norms. But it looks like in our workplaces, we leave our values at home and then we go to work as individuals. So you see a drama in the workplace with Muslims too. Our values all frowns on stealing. But office, so I'm trying to ask that way, how do you find a balance between religion and then the structure of work, not to mess up with it? Because if you push through it too much, it becomes like you are being too religious. But if you leave it at home too, I say, after now we are free, we say, idea that we miss someone, you go in for it. So please, if you can give us explanation to that. Thank you, sir.
Right. We'll take two more questions.
All right, thank you. My name is Shama Abu Wahab. I'm interested in the field of tech. We've understand that through the session we've talked about how
Kindly
AI
mature your voice a little. So.
Okay. All right. Throughout the session, we have looked into how tech and then sort of artificial intelligence are very key into our developmental phase. I've seen that people get to access tech during the latter part, probably during this tertiary session. I want to ensure that I see that children as early as 10 could get access to technological tools to aid them build their skills and technologies. What are we doing in the schools? What are we doing in the younger age to ensure that these people know what is behind tech? These people are able to contribute their views, to contribute their skills towards technological advancement. Another thing that I want to comment is that while I got registered through this platform, I saw that we're able to accept people or sort of authorize people utilizing the tablets outside. I would like to commend the organizations for actually doing that. This play a key role into ensuring that we fasten things up in our environment. Tech is here to stay, and tech can be found everywhere.
Point well noted. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Final question, and then we'll bring the session to a close.
Okay.
My name is Eric Kwesi Taylor. I'm the CEO of Pennyman Group Limited. I have 6 subsidiaries under me as a young CEO. But I have a problem, and I think my problem will go to Honorable Minister. Yes, because you are in power. I want to produce a product, and the product name is Penny Choco. And I have to buy cocoa powder from Cargill. Now I went to Cargill, and I was given invoice of 20 tons, $97,000. Now, according to Cargill, they are a free zone company. And so, which means that before I get the product out, I need to do duty, pay duty over the product before I get it. When I went to January, the duty they are giving me is 70% of the value, 70% of 97,000. And when you convert the 70% of 97,000, it's about 900,000 Ghana cedis before I get the product out to produce Penny Choco, which I have the intention to supply to school children. Because today we are celebrating Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He used to give school children Milo, but today we are giving them porridge, fermented porridge. So my idea is to go back to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But here is the case that they are charging me 70% of the value. I wrote a letter to Minister of Finance.
It's true. So what's the question?
Yeah, the question is that I want to finish before I pose the question. I wrote a letter to Minister of Finance, Honorable Atuforsen. He minted on my letter to the GRA boss to consider me for tax reduction. He is also saying that Honorable Minister has gone to Parliament to stop all tax waivers, so he can't do it. Here I am. What can you do for me?
Thank
Good
you.
question. Thank you.
Right. So, Honorable Minister, Engineer will take this one.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Honorable Minister said I should start so that he relaxes some of the
I hear
questions.
you. All right.
Okay, so my question was from the gentleman who was asking how I'm able to balance religion and then ethics at work in staff. Okay, so I'll be honest. It was my weakness. I mean, as somebody who started a business, if anybody did anything in the company house, as a church elder, you have to manage the situation, try. But thank God for my family, my brothers, and the other general managers I work with. Sometimes, when you're a business owner, you have to give responsibility to certain people who are very formal. And so now in my company, whether you're a church member or whatever, and you do something that is not proper, you are fired. But typically of a church elder, it was very difficult. I entertained that for 2 or 3 years, and I realized it wasn't good for the company. So now it's not like that. It's a formal company. We are brothers, we are friends, we talk, we laugh, and all that. But Honorable Agyapong will say, if you got to be fired, you got to be fired.
Okay, so
can I add something?
Let me add one more.
So would you like to? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, no loan entrepreneur can make it in Ghana. It is an ecosystem. So the ecosystem involves the government, involves the religious bodies. Now, and he's saying this, I have the same thing in some of my companies. Being an elder of the Church of Pentecost, I'll fire a member. He'll come with my pastor. Come with my elder. So let me share something with you. I had a program done and some business done. I flew to Kenya and asked one of the members who was an employee that go and pick the check for me. Unknowing to me, the check was written as a cash check. This guy went for the cash check. Deacon of the church, cash the check, chop half. And then stop coming to church. Then it became my problem that he has stopped coming to church. The problem was not that he has taken my money. The problem was that I have caused somebody to stop coming to church. And I went to the presiding and I said, who has stopped somebody? He has stolen my money. So you see, it's an ecosystem. No entrepreneur can make it on their own. The government has a role to play, and I think the lady who interviewed me outside, I told them, I said, he says, how do we create an environment? I said, there is an external environment and an internal environment. You should create your own environment as well. Then the church or the religious body, the mosque, wherever, they should let people to be responsible for their actions. I employed a young man. I actually referred him. So if you had asked me what one business the youth should go into, I'll say go into the business of networking. But then, this young man comes to me and I help him to get a job in a hotel. He gets into the hotel, has an argument with a lady, beats the lady up. Then the lady is sent to the hospital and this guy is in the church. So I hear of the issue and it becomes my responsibility to go and pay for hospital bill because I recommended him. Then instantly I say, fire him. Then when they fired him,
in trouble.
In the morning, the mother was there. And then he had elders. Then when I didn't listen, they went to my district pastor. It didn't work. They will go to area head. So by the time, yes, by the time you realize you have a whole church service,
right.
They are there to. So the religious bodies should be part of the ecosystem. Thank you very much.
For the sake of time, we'll take the last one and then
let me just add one more to what is being said. I think for me, I don't like a system where we reduce everything to politics, reduce everything to relationship. Then that means there's a problem. There should be a system, there should be a structure, there should be a policy. The issue of relationship and religion, ethics at the workplace is being solved by policy. The policy says yes, it says no. And that is why you put up policies to shape a certain structure. Let me share with you how a human being is. The typical human being is that what you say do, they won't do. What you say don't, they will do. Right. So you need policies to shape the environment. And the issue of religion, relationship, ethics will be solved. That's it.
Thank you very much. So,
so there was a question about what deliberate steps we can take in making sure we promote youth leadership. I think during the earlier presentation, I made mention of the fact that we have policies to promote youth in entrepreneurship. However, when it comes to youth participation in leadership, there is no legislation to that effect. So as a forum, we can put together a proposal so that instead of leaving it liberal to leaders, we can make it a youth affirmative bill where every government is entitled or expected to make sure they see 30% of youth inclusion in their leadership, among others. That is one way to go. Another thing I mentioned was the fact that forums of this nature, we should find a way to collaborate with government so that the youth ministry can adopt what you're doing and be able to provide some support for you, among others. I think I mentioned that as well. So I think that these are areas we can explore, especially in answering the first question in that regard. The second one had to do with the tax issue. So yes, there was a concern about the abuse of tax waivers in the system, for which reason, among other key sectors, they put a hold on exploring these areas, tax waivers, lands, and all that. So they may be right, GRA boards may be right that there is a ban on application for tax waivers and granting of same. However, to every rule there is an exception. If truly what you're going to do is for a social intervention or a corporate social responsibility to support schools, among others, you can get NEIP to adopt whatever you're going to do under their secretariat. Or you can get them to get either national security to adopt whatever you want to do under their secretariat. Then instead of you going ahead to pay all the things you need to pay, they would write as national security or as NEIP to the finance minister to consider your plea. So as you rightly put it, you want to use that as an intervention to help the nation and to help government. Once it is a support for government, I think that you can explore any of these two so that you go under the cover of the national security or NEIP for that support. Beyond that, and once I'm giving you the apple, you should start your distribution from Ashanti region.
Thank you.
Beyond that, any other private person, young entrepreneur, young startup, the government has made provision through NEIP to support you with even funds among tax exemptions among others. So you can register with them so that anytime you have any difficulty with your business whatsoever, they can come in and under their cover, you'll be able to have some of these incentives provided for you at your reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Frank Ohene, Engineer Felix Atrim, Richard Ahinkra, Queen Titiakat, Mr. Daniel Metalan, and Mr. Ebenezer Minka. Thank you so much. And I thank you for being a great audience. Caleb will take it away, or
yes.
the military band will just take it away.
But
Thank you very much.
I think that Akosi and the panel have done so good a job. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thanks for your time spent, your knowledge shared, and your wisdom dispensed. In a couple of minutes, this is a convening for young people, by young people. And so we very good tune, and then we'll take it over from there. Military band, over to you. While the panelists and the moderator take a few photos as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, the military band. That was a very soothing melody. Okay, so let's all settle down now wherever we are. Please, let's take a seat. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the rest of the program. Just to remind you, though, that this program is streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. Vodek Africa is the handle. So please check it out, Vodek Africa. We're live on YouTube and Facebook. Please, let's all settle down. We want to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We've gotten to that juncture where we'd like to hear from the convener of this particular forum, to understand the vision and the burden he carries and what has led him to do this. This is the 5th of such forums, and I think so far we'll all agree that it's been very engaging, very eye-opening. There's a lot more that you'll be hearing, so let's just say we've done part 1 so far. Our panelists have been very engaging. Thank you. God bless you. But now we'd like to call on the media to give us a quick profile of who our convener is. When he's done, we'll hear from our convener. Ladies and gentlemen, our convener.
Daniel Asumeni is a dynamic and visionary young African leader and author whose multifaceted approach to empowerment, innovation, and community-driven change combines strategic acumen with deep cultural rootedness. Anchored in the Afrocentric philosophy of Ubuntu, a belief in collective progress, his work reflects a commitment in inclusive policies and sustainable development. Currently serving as the CEO of Prudential Superfoods, Daniel emerges business expertise with sustainable agribusiness to foster youth gathering, annually uniting thousands of young leaders, industry pioneers, and heads of states to drive collaboration and innovate, where he oversees micro grants for youth-led climate projects. As founder of Vodek Africa, he has championed entrepreneurship summits, skills development programs, and impactful initiatives such as distributing 1 million free masks during the COVID-19 pandemic. Between 2021 and 2025, Daniel served as executive assistant to Accra's first female mayor, contributing to municipal service enhancement and youth engagement strategies. He also holds the distinction of being the youngest board member in Pentecost University's history. Recognized internationally, Daniel has received multiple awards, including the Young Achievers Awards for Enterprise and Youth Empowerment 2019, the Hero Smartphone Peace Awards 2017, and being named among Ghana's 30 Youth Leadership Changemakers in 2025. His academic distinctions include an MSc in Public Affairs from Accra Business School, where he was awarded the Best Student in Democracy and Democratization. A staunch advocate for youth empowerment and climate activism, Daniel emphasizes African solutions for African challenges. His vision is grounded in entrepreneurship, ethical leadership, and collaborative innovation across the continent. African youth are not just tomorrow's leaders, they are today's innovators. Daniel Asumeni.
Hello. When I say Vodek Africa, I want you to respond with all the youthful exuberance, empowered to change. Vodek Africa. Vodek Africa. And the last one, Vodek Africa. Before I utter any word again, I want us to observe 30 seconds
minute or silence in recognizing our former speaker, Honorable Adegoka, who was with us here last year. Shall we humbly be on our feet? Shall we please be seated? Thank you very much. May his perfect soul rest in peace. Berima Agyapong Sapon II, chairman of this occasion, and the chief of Asante Asaman in the Ashanti Kingdom. Honorable Ken Ohene Agyapong, a mentor to many, former member of parliament and MPP presidential aspirant. Mr. Daniel Matalin, social investor and founder of Is There Enough? Engineer Felix Atrib, the CEO of FEDEMS Group. Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, member of Parliament of Fwanse Ayirebi constituency and former minister for State Housing Corporation. Honorable Dr. Frank Amoakohene, Ashanti Regional Minister. Mr. Richard Kwatin Ahenkra, Leadership and Management Consultant and Lecturer, UK. Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, former Minister of Information. Mr. Ebenezer Amankwa Minka, Executive Director, Center for Economic Research and Policy Analyst. Queen Titiaka Ibrahim, winner, Ghana Most Beautiful 2024. Apostle Dr. Christian Chapoy, Head of Ministerial Formation and Training. Apostle Kingsley Ade, Head Minister PIWC Accra. Distinguished leaders, esteemed guests, and most importantly, the architect of Africa's tomorrow, all protocol duly observed. Today, as we gather on this sacred day that commemorates the birth of our founding father, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we stand at the threshold of history. We are not merely attendees of another conference. We are the inheritors of what our ancestors began. On this day, we do not just remember Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. 70 years. I was a young man navigating the harsh realities that millions of African youth face today. I sold kerosene on street corners, my hand stained with the fuel that will light other people's lamps, whilst my own future remained dim. I trekked from town to town, carrying second-hand clothes on my back, each step a testament to the determination that burns within every African heart. My education was a luxury. While my peers sat in classrooms, I worked in fields processing cassava. My dream seemingly as distant as the stars. The world would have written me off as another statistic, another young African destined for a life of limitation. But Africa has taught us that statistics are hardly static and circumstances are not set in stones. My life was transformed when an extraordinary individual saw potential in me. But here is the catch. It was not luck that transformed my life. It was the convergence of preparation, opportunity, and unshakable faith. Today, I address you as the CEO of VODEC Africa and the convener for this significant forum. This, to me, is not merely recounting my journey. I am a testament of what can be achieved when we reject the limitations of our beginnings and instead embrace the potentials of our aspirations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I speak to you today, under the theme, "Is there enough youth empowerment? The gateway to sustainable economic development?" I want to inspire you all to carry the same flame of fire in Nkrumah Lake, not as a relic of the past, but as the beacon that will guide us into Africa's greatest century. While transiting through Cairo International Airport on my way back from China 2 years ago, I witnessed a scene that not as triumphant heroes, but as battle-scared survivors. As I engaged some of them in a conversation, their expression revealed tales of exploitation. Their tears reflected lost dreams. And their silence conveyed a profound sense of dignity denied. Some had fallen victims to agents who had lured them with promises of golden opportunities, only to lead them into humiliating circumstances. Others had traversed deserts and oceans, risking everything for a chance at a better life, only to realize that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Same was the story of Dako Thomas, a vibrant man who walked the Sahara Desert to Libya and crossed the Mediterranean Sea to Europe. To him, this was never a tale of individual courage. Rather, it is a mirror reflecting our continental leadership deficit. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, when our youth put their lives on the line to cross deserts and oceans, they are not merely in search of economic opportunities. They are escaping the ridicules of those who claim to be visionary leaders, capable of turning their homeland into the place of their dreams. Brain drain has become a national crisis in Ghana, robbing us of our most precious asset, our educated youth. But I refuse to see this as defeat. Every young person who leaves Ghana seeking opportunity abroad is issuing an indictment of our collective failure to create conditions for their flourishing. They are not rejecting Ghana. They are rejecting the Ghana of limited opportunities and possibilities. They are turning towards the Ghana of their dreams. Interestingly, there seems to be a sting that has gradually defied potential young Ghanaians, their ideal state of survival, and leaves them questioning whether or not they truly belong here. The issue of rent and housing. The housing deficit in our cities, coupled with monopolistic tendencies in the private sector, has created a situation where a young person earning 5,000 Ghana cedis monthly cannot afford even modest accommodation in our cities. While managing utilities, food, and transportation, This is a national security threat that risks fueling corruption and fraud among our emerging youth population. This brings me to 3 fundamental questions that must shape our response today. First, how do we shield our young people from exploitation when they venture abroad, ensuring their safety and dignity in foreign lands? Second, what comprehensive policies can our government enact to provide promising opportunities that make staying home more attractive than living? Third, how do we equip our young people with knowledge, skills, and resilience needed to navigate an interconnected world while building the Africa of our aspirations? The answers to these questions will determine whether we experience a demographic dividend or a demographic disaster. The challenges we face are not insurmountable obstacles. They are construction materials for the Africa we are building. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you the blueprints for transformation that VODEC Africa and our partners are implementing, not as charity, but as investment in our collective future. At VODEC Africa, we have witnessed firsthand the explosive potential of African youth through our annual Idea Challenge since 2018. We have empowered young Ghanaians with seed funding ranging from 5,000 cedis to 50,000 Ghana cedis. But more importantly, we have provided them with something invaluable: to believe in their capacity to create solutions for African problems. Recently, I had the opportunity of chairing the launch event for students-led projects at the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, where groups of students developed Metlash, a chocolate product infused with ginger, granite, and coconut. The packaging was exceptional, the innovation remarkable, and the entrepreneurial spirit infectious. This is why I propose that students should have the option of choosing entrepreneurial development over traditional thesis writing. Developing products from ideation to launch, creating end-to-end solution for real-world challenges. Imagining scaling this across 10 universities by 2027 to boost graduate-led startup by 15%. With Ghana's creative industry already contributing 3% to GDP. Such reforms could double this impact. These are not just statistics. They are the blueprint for transformation, roadmaps to prosperity, and pathways to the Africa of our dreams. But we must think bigger about Ghana's economic transformation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to re-echo 7 commonly shared pillars for our national transformation. 1, Ghana's digital economic revolution. We must position Ghana as West Africa digital hub. With our stable democracy, English-speaking advantage, and growing tech ecosystem, we can attract global tech companies to establish their headquarters in Accra. We would create special economic zones for technology companies, offer tax incentives for digital startups, and establish Ghana as the Silicon Valley of West Africa. Our goal should be to increase the digital economy's contribution to to GDP from the current 4.5% to 15% by 2030. 2. Ghana's agriculture value chain transformation. With our fertile lands and favorable climate, we can boost cash crop production, processing, and export, while making product accessible to locals by establishing agro-processing zones, farmer cooperatives with modern technology, and becoming West Africa's food basket. We can create 2 million jobs and increase agriculture's GDP contribution from 18% to 25%. 3. Ghana's manufacturing regeneration. We have the opportunity to become the manufacturing hub for the African Continental Free Trade Area with our strategic location, ports, and infrastructure. We can attract manufacturing companies looking to serve the African market. We should focus on textiles, pharmaceuticals, automotive assembly, and electronics, and creative industry explosion. We have incredible cultural heritage, beautiful landscapes, and rich history. We should position Ghana as the cultural capital of Africa, the gateway for African diaspora, and center of African creative industries, from Nkrumah's legacy to our vibrant music scene, from our historical side to our contemporary arts. We can create a tourism industry that contributes 10% to GDP and employs about 1 million people. Capital of Africa. With our stable banking system and growing mobile money adoption, we can develop financial solutions that serve not just Ghana, but the entire continent. We should create regulatory sandboxes for fintech innovation, establish partnership with global financial institutions, and position Ghana as the testing ground for Africa's financial future. 6. Ghana's natural resources revolution. God has blessed Ghana with abundant natural resources: gold, diamond, bauxite, timber, oil, and many more. But we must stop being hewers of wood and drawers of water. Instead of exporting raw gold, we should establish gold refineries and jewelry manufacturing hubs, creating made-in-Ghana gold products that command premium prices globally. Instead of shipping raw bauxite, we should build aluminium smelters and manufacturing plants, producing finished aluminium products for construction and automotive industries across Africa. Our timber should be processed into furniture construction materials right here in Ghana, adding value before exports. We should establish petroleum refineries and petrochemical complexes to process our oil into finished products. Plastic, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals. We should create diamond cutting and polishing centers, transforming Ghana into a global diamond finishing hub. Through strategic partnership with international companies, technological transfer agreements, and local content policies, we can ensure that our natural resources become the foundation for industrialization, not just export commodities. This transformation can create from 20% to 35% by 2030. 7. Ghana's human capital must. It is our people. Strategic investment in education, skill vocational training institutes in every region, partnering with global recognized strategic institutions to bring their apprenticeship models to Ghana. We should create specialized universities focused on emerging technologies artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, and renewable energy. We should improve on the implementation of productivity-based incentive systems in both public and private sector, rewarding innovation and efficiency to keep our best minds in Ghana, whilst attracting diaspora Ghanaians to return home. Through this investment, we can increase productivity by 40%, reduce unemployment from 19.7% to below 10%, and transform Ghana into the human capital hub of West Africa. This is where Nkrumah's wisdom becomes our urgent imperative. Action without thought is empty. Thought without action is blind. We cannot simply celebrate our demographic dividend. We must strategically deploy it through education. And we cannot merely possess potential. We must convert it into prosperity. When our people are skilled, productive, and motivated, every other sector of our economy will flourish. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if we aspire to build a nation where patriotism, collaboration between government, the private sector, and traditional authorities to construct smart cities equipped with essential infrastructure, reliable roads, electricity, water, drainage system, and local job opportunities for addressing persistent flooding issues and building resilient urban centers that can accommodate our growing youth population. VODEC Africa and our partners are committed to supporting these transformations. We are allocating 40% of our Idea Challenge funding with our partners to support female entrepreneurs, particularly in industries such as share butter processing, which provides livelihood to over 600,000 women. However, transformation requires more than individual initiatives. It demands systemic change. We must prioritize STEM education with the agency of a nation at war with ignorance. While China and India graduate millions in STEM fields annually, and the Asian tigers achieve STEM specialization rate of 30 to 40%, 43%. Ghana lacks with only 20% tertiary STEM education enrollment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Daniel Matalin, VODEC Africa's partner from Canada, has been asking the critical question to global bodies: is there enough? Is there enough leadership? Effective leadership in Ghana demands a paradigm shift from quantity to quality, from rhetoric to action, from promises to performance, from accountability to youth-driven STEM initiatives, and integrity-centric policies take center stage. By prioritizing these values, Ghana can unlock its youthful potential and drive sustainable growth and development. Today, I call upon each of you, especially the youth gathered in this room, to seize the pivotal moment. Let us transcend mere discussions and transformation of our ideas into tangible, impactful solutions. The National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum 2025 is more than just a gathering. It is a clarion call to action, a declaration of war against mediocrity, a covenant with destiny. As the CEO of VODEC Africa, I pledge that every young Ghanaian with a vision will find a partner in us. We will fund your ideas, amplify your voices, and empower your leadership. To the youth, I declare, your hands will code the applications that solve African problems. Your minds will manufacture the innovations that transform African economies. Your hearts will build the bridges that connect African nations. Your voices will govern the institutions that serve African people. To the farmers, your sweat will feed not just ladies and gentlemen. Let us make this covenant commitment, not unwavering determination. Now, as I bring my speech to an end, when I say we can transform Ghana, I want you to respond, we will. When I say Africa, I say me with all due respect. We can transform Ghana. We can unite Africa. We can change the world. Yebe to me. Thank you very much, and may the Lord bless Ghana and bless Vodek Africa and bless all of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. We may be seated. A very soul-stirring speech indeed. Inspiring speech. You know, the CEO of Vodek Africa, he wants to change Ghana with one speech, so he's putting everything inside. It's very good. We'll change Ghana, okay? We'll change it. Please put your hands together for our CEO once more. Thank you very much. Now, you see, it's not every day that the youth organize events and you have such a rich array of Ghanaian leaders, both in the political space, entrepreneurial, private, religious space. We have a very rich collection of all of you here, and we are very grateful. We really don't take this for granted. Thank you all for coming. Please, let's put our hands together and appreciate our dignitaries who are here. And in the next couple of minutes, we will have some time to hear from a number of them as well. And in no particular order, please. I'd like to invite upstage. No, sorry. The media will give you a hair profile, but you get to know about the former Minister of Information. Media will help us with more details.
Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar is a lawyer and communication strategist. She was previously Deputy Minister for Information and also served as Deputy Communications Director at the Office of the President. Born in Kumasi and educated at the University of Ghana, she holds degrees in psychology, English and law. She has worked both in the private sector and in government, providing legal and communications expertise at the highest levels. Honorable Abubakar is widely respected for her calm but firm leadership, her ability to manage complex national communications, and her advocacy for media freedom and transparency. She represents a new generation of leaders in Ghana's public service, inspiring young women to rise in politics and governance. Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar.
The chair of the forum, Nana Berima Agyapong Sapong II, CEO of Vodek Africa and convener of this forum, Mr. Daniel Asmani, the Honorable Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakuhine, the former Member of Parliament for the Good People of Asin Central Constituency and flag-bearer aspirant of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Kennedy Ohene Agyapong, distinguished speakers, eminent clergy, and other religious leaders, panelists, students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all further protocol eloquently established by the CEO during his speech and say good afternoon to you all. I have been tasked to lead the conversation youth to rise through the ranks. Organizers of this forum had gone through my background and conferred on me, Minister of Navigation Affairs, because indeed, if you know where I started this journey from and where I have reached, there is no doubt, but a lot of navigation had to happen to get me thus far. But it is very important to situate today's conversation in a context. And I would like to anchor it on two principles: ethical leadership and sustainable development. What I define ethical leadership to be is leadership in reverence to the Creator, to God Almighty, to Allah, and with responsibility to the creation, to the environment, to the people, as leaders, to what we are supposed to do for our communities, for the impact we are supposed to make, and what have you. And sustainable development, because we are expected to talk about sustainable economic development. And I will take that from the definition of the Brundtland reports, which says that sustainable development is development that caters for the needs of today without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So yes, I am here to teach you how to navigate, but I'm not going to teach you how to navigate mining in river bodies, because the money will come, but it will jeopardize the opportunity and prospects of future generations to make their own needs. But before I start the conversation, I would like this scenario kindly show by hand so that I will know the audience that I'm dealing with and know that indeed there is a problem that ought to be solved. If I don't see any hand, my work is done. Agyapong. So imagine completing JSS or JHS as we have it today. And your dream is to become a medical doctor like Dr. Ohene. But your favorite school gave you business. You say, let me take it like that, because my dream was to go to Prempeh College, to go to Accra High. You take the business, you navigate it for 3 years. After that, you say, oh, my grades are good. I want to go to University of Ghana to go and do business administration. The admissions come. University of Ghana gives you BA Linguistics or BSc Philosophy. You enter University of Ghana as your dream school. Navigate 4 years. After completing University of Ghana, the only job opportunities that have been advertised are either in data entry or as a receptionist somewhere. No matter what your dreams were as a toddler and as a young person or a teenager, imagine the struggles that you must have gone through by the time you complete university, and think about it, whether there will be any dream. So please, if you've experienced any of the challenges that I have espoused in this narration, kindly show by hand. If you were forced to change direction because of what you offered, okay. That being said, it is very important. I dread speaking at lunch time because I know what happens when I'm hungry, so I don't want to put you through it. So kindly bear with me as I address you in the next few minutes. By the time I'm done with my speech or presentation, what I want you to take away, especially for the young people in this room, is to know where you are going from here with respect to your career choices. And even if you don't know where you are going from here, at the end of this speech, you must start thinking about where you are going from here by close of today. There is no better example to give than what I have navigated myself. I never dreamed that I'll be a politician. I can't even lie about that. Not to even walk in any corridors with politicians. Neither did I dream of becoming a lawyer, because at the age of 20, before I came to University of Ghana in 2006, I had never met a lawyer. I come from Azogori in Garu in the Upper East region. I was born and raised in Mushizongo. I'm the first lawyer in my community and the first lawyer in my village. These are the kind of steps that helped with my navigation. I have a lot of mates. You go back and see your mates, and you will know the only thing that has happened between you and them is the grace of God and capacity building. So if we want to talk about navigation, we cannot escape that conversation. But for the purpose of the kind of audience we have in this room, I'm not going to talk about capacity building as in go to school, learn hard. No, that is not what I'm talking about. I want to specifically talk about specialization. Specialization. Yes, we have struggled with the educational systems. We've gotten the degree. What's next? Are you going to hide in the room and look for a job and say whatever comes? If I don't want to teach, but if what's available is GES, let me take the letter like that. Are you going to say, oh, I'm not interested in politics, but because I didn't get any job, let me follow a politician around so that they get something for me? No, that is not the direction you should go. If you want to end up in the formal sector, by the time you are done with your first degree, you should be clear in your thoughts, in your mind, what you want to be. And what you want to be should be driven by purpose. It should fulfill you. It should be something that you can live with, even if you have to do it 24/7. And when I was growing up, I said there is no lawyer in my community, I'll be the first. So far as I can remember, even at 13 years old, they were calling me lawyer because unya asema mekama. My advocacy has always been strong. And what I needed is formal education to formalize it. So when I was studying law, in comms, in political advocacy, it's never been a struggle because I love it. I think it's important that my community has a representation of a lawyer. You may be a good marketer. You come from a community where they weave baskets. They are not able to sell it beyond what they put by the roadside. Your specialization in marketing should be driven by you thinking that one day I should be able to create a website or a platform or introduce digital tools to my community so that their reach will go beyond those who ply Accra Kumasi Road. So if you want to do well, your capacity building should not remain at getting a bachelor's, but it should focus on specialization. And for a lot of people, it may sound abstract, but imagine this. If you are gifted with creativity, you want to be a creative dancer. After a degree, you should be for it. So that the dream is that one day, if there is Afro Nation here, you can go and perform there. If you want to be a climate change consultant, by now you should have read the 1992 UN framework on climate change. And you should have read the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 and read the Paris Agreement of 2015. If that is what you want to do, and all you are doing is sitting on TikTok live and watching beef, I guarantee you, the only expertise you are going to get is a TikTok live host and a beef commentator. For those in the informal sector, I am a food vendor even today. Even when I was a minister, when I go on set, you hear from Choba to Ghana Bar, it means two things. I belong to the Ghana Bar Association and I belong to the Choba Operators Association. I have run a family business that has existed in my family for 4 generations. My great-grandma had a choba in Garu. When my grandma married and came to Offenso in Kumasi, she brought the pots and everything to Offenso. She ran the choba until 1986 when my mom took over the choba. And a few years ago, when my mom said she was retiring, I said, no, we are relocating the business to Accra. And I've been running the choba to this day at Asofa and doing mass production for our party events, social gatherings. Yet, what you expect to happen at doing something on the side to sustain you, to keep you surviving until you are able to do what you dreamt of. In a restaurant, the only difference between my mom's business and my business is that I have scaled up, I've packaged, I've modernized it. I'm charging more. I'm charging 80 cedis for what she would have been selling for 15 cedis. And even if politics did not come along the way, even if law did not come along the way, I was going to apply the education I've received in the formal sector to modernize our family's tradition and turn it into something. In the formal sector, I say specialize. In the informal sector, I say formalize and scale up. Before I leave you, I also want to point the youth who are still navigating, as I am still navigating, to the direction of global megatrends. You want to innovate. You have ideas. You are gifted. You want to innovate in energy. You are not following what is happening in the energy space. The world is moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And you say my innovation is about fossil fuel. When you go to COP or anywhere, you will not get any funding. So your ability to also research on the direction that the world is going.
Who has driven taxis, he's got nerves, you know. He got nerves. He got nerves. He's kind of gonna give us a showdown, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. You know, but after the showdown, yam bokangu, ya bokangu, yam bokangu, yam bokangu. No, that's one of my favorite. Ya bokangu. I love it. Honorable Seka is here. Honorable, I see you. I appreciate you, I acknowledge you. Honorable Charles BC is also here. And they are all with Kennedy Akopreko Agyapong. But before he comes, the media will give us a very quick one.
Honorable Kennedy Ohene Agyapong is a distinguished Ghanaian politician, entrepreneur, and philanthropist who has left a lasting mark on both business and political landscape of the nation. He is the long-serving MP for Assin Central under the ticket of MPP, a role he has held since 2000. Over the years, he has built a reputation as one of Ghana's most outspoken, bold, and influential lawmakers, championing accountability, private sector empowerment, and grassroots development. Beyond Parliament, Kennedy Agyapong is a seasoned entrepreneur and investor. He is the founder and owner of Ken City Media Group, which operates Net2 TV and Oman FM, amongst other outlets, and has business interests spanning real estate, import and export trade, and financial services. Through these ventures, he has created employment opportunities for many Ghanaians and demonstrated his belief in local enterprise as the backbone of economic growth. Within the political arena, Honorable Agyapong has been instrumental in strengthening the MPP and supporting its electoral victory. In 2024, he emerged as a strong contender in the party's presidential parliament, second and securing more than a third of the votes. Building on that momentum, he has renewed his bid to become the MPP's flag bearer, offering himself as a leader in undeserved areas. His generosity and belief in service continue to impact lives far beyond his constituency. While his forthright style often speaks debate, it also reflects his fearless commitment to speaking truth to power. For many, he represents a voice of courage, determination, and action in Ghanaian politics. Today, as he stands at the intersection of politics, business, and social impact, Honorable Kennedy Ohene Agyapong embodies the spirit of leadership that challenges the status quo, inspires dialogue, and strives for a prosperous Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Transformation. Indeed. Our convener. We need to transform this country. And we start right from here. The future leaders that are here. Nana Chairman, distinguished leaders, colleagues, the vibrant young people in this room, good afternoon. let me begin by thanking the organizers for bringing up together conference, for giving my voice. I have cold and I couldn't say no to this program, so forgive me. Conferences like this are not just events, they are mirrors. They force us to look at ourselves as a country and ask, are we doing enough for our youth? The theme we gather under today is powerful. Is there enough youth empowerment? The gateway to sustainable economic development. As usual, I'll be brutally frank. Some speakers were not able to give the answer. I'll give you the answer, and the answer is no. The answer is no because we've had brilliant youth in this country that are eager to do something for themselves. But our leaders and governments have not prioritized the youth empowerment. And even an example that is the gentleman who asked the question about cocoa powder. It looks as if our policies in this country favored only foreign investors. And we, the local entrepreneurs, go through hardships, and sometimes we are treated by the authorities as if we are their enemies. But the gentleman, I want you to go back to the Minister of Finance and ask him the law of the free zones. I have a factory at the free zones, so I know that at least 30% should be sold locally. So if you're going to buy something from the free zones and you've been able to establish that you're a citizen, why should you pay the duty? Go back and ask, so what is the essence of the 30% that they should sell locally? I'll break my thoughts into two phases. The first one is the government role to empower the youth. Any government that do not assure the future of the youth, it means the country itself has no future. Because the youth is our future. So what the government has to do, or any leader with a vision has to do, is to make sure you create an enabling environment for everyone to support, especially their businesses. 2, the exploring talents, but to give them support, the necessary support, to make sure that they realize their dreams. I have a different approach. The theory must end. We have to be pragmatic. We should start from our universities. They should amend their curriculum to include pragmatism. If enough is enough, where I was in Adisado College and I could recite from scene 1 or act 1 to the end of Macbeth. I only got to understand what I was reading in Adisado College when I only went to Fordham University that I could actually understand Shakespeare. We need to stop that and make sure when we talk about national service, for instance, speakers, an engineer who has completed university and needed experience, when he goes to national service for appointment or recruitment, they gave him a receptionist. How do you expect an engineer to be a receptionist and expect him to deliver? This is what we are confronted with as a nation. At least engineers should be introduced to companies specialized in engineering field to enhance whatever they've learned and the practical experience that will enable them take their destiny into their own hands. This side of the world, and my country, Ghana, our policies do not encourage the youth to take their destiny into their own hands. A country where they believe only the old has the wisdom and the knowledge. I'm afraid we need to change. We have to appreciate the youth, the talent, and their innovations. If not, we'll be lagging behind when it comes to technology and innovation. Those days when we were in school, when you take math set to exams room, you were disqualified. But today, they take their laptops to the classrooms. We have to accept in the exams room. We have to accept that is the reality now. So we have to embrace it. But when it comes to Ghana, anything about the youth is relegated to the background. We need to change that. Again, as a nation, we need to change the mindset of Ghanaians, and especially the youth. The youth today believe that the only way to make money is to gamble. You see them all over the place, gambling, and threaten politicians who poses tax on gambling. I will pose tax on gambling to deter you, because that is not the way to make a living for the rest of your life. Let us identify young entrepreneurs and give them the support. I will use Asia Miracle as an example. Asia Miracle, the Sanyo, Hyundai, and all those companies were giving support. And the support was that when you fail, you are giving money to buy your equipment. If you fail to use the equipment for what you put on that document before the money was released, they will take it from you. And that time, with all due respect to Nana, Nana cannot beg. Pastor cannot beg. Your uncle cannot beg. They will take the business from you and give it to Mr. B. And because the companies knew that when they from them, they made sure that all the equipment and monies that were given to them were properly used. That is why today we have all these companies. But I have to be honest.
Ghanaian businessmen or entrepreneurs, some of them are also very dishonest. When loans are given to them to expand their businesses, they buy treasury bills and use the interest on the treasury bills to service the loan. How? I tell you the truth. I'm a businessman and I know that all these things must stop. If not, the future of our youth is bleak. They cannot do anything. So we need honest, as the nation is expecting honest leaders, the leaders are also expecting honest businessmen and honest youth. Now to the youth of this country, I know you have dreams. How are you going to realize your dreams? Let me share this few points with you. What I call 7 determinants of success. The 7 determinants of success. 1 is vision. You just don't sit here and call yourself a youth and expect government to do everything for you. All the successful people sitting here telling their story, none of them relied on government for his survival. They all work hard. So if you want to succeed as a youth, the first thing you have to do is to have a vision. Dream big. Do things big. Don't be a myopic thinker where everybody, when you explain what you want to do, your own colleagues would discourage you by saying, oh, you are too known, you are this. The moment they tell you you are too known, that should be an encouragement to you to push ahead for your vision. Young men, you need to take risk. In life, if you don't take risk, you are not going to succeed. The future belongs to the risk takers, not security seekers. People, I'll give you an example of what I mean by security seekers. You have bank managers, head of corporations, they make money and all they do is they buy treasury bills. They don't want to take risk. When they buy the treasury bills, they tend to forget that it is somebody who is managing it for them to get their returns. And if I am managing your business to give you, say, 50%, it means I must make 100%. Now, why don't you manage your business and get the 100% yourself? So you have to take risk in all your endeavors. Without taking risk, you can never succeed. You can never be like one of the speakers here. So youth, from today, what you've heard from all the speakers, when you go back home, begin to think through it and be a risk taker. It is important. If not, you are never going to succeed. Again, you should be hardworking. You just don't dream and think your dreams will be realized if you don't work hard. You need to work hard. Normally, every person works for 8 hours for a corporation and goes back home. When my former minister was sharing or giving her speech, she made mention that she continues to run a family business and also work as a politician. What it means is that she makes money from the restaurant and makes money from politics. Anybody who works once, say 8 hours, and go to his comfortable home and enjoy, do not expect to make the same money as the one who has 2 jobs. Because if politics will give the minister, say 50,000 a year, restaurant may give her 100,000, and put together she has made an annual income of 150, compared to the one who works for only 8 hours and makes 50,000. What it means is that former minister has a higher purchasing power because she has 150 and you have 50. She can afford a lot of things which you cannot, the one who earns only 50,000. So you have to make sure you work hard. And if you work hard, the paramount what you have to do with the money you make is to have ability to save. You should be able to save some of your money, no matter how low or small your income is, because of the rainy day. Let me sound political a bit. Going around Western North, Ahafo, and Bono, I saw all the cocoa farms are dying. The cocoa, they can't do anything about it. And I called Cocoa Board to ask, my brother, I'm going around, and the way I see our cocoa trees, what is happening? He said there's a disease called swollen shoots. So what are you going to do? And listen to the sad part. He said, we have borrowed money from World Bank to plant new trees. And my question is, for over 100 years that we've sold our cocoa beans, we didn't think of rainy day that we have to save at least 5%. 5% of our earnings. And today that they have a swollen shoot, they are going to borrow money from World Bank before they can correct the wrongs. It's a shame. So don't be like the government who doesn't save. Save. If you are not married, save 70% of your income. If you are married, the couples should save 30% of their income because of maybe they can have kids. Why I say 70% is that the youth, when they come out of college and they get their first employment, all they think of is to have a girlfriend and a boyfriend. So they need their freedom. They have to be independent. But it comes with cost. Freedom comes with cost. When we are staying with parents, they will not let you pay rent, but at least when you come in, you buy food and bring it. And rent, ask our leaders here, rent takes about 30% of our income that we earn. So if you have a job and you are thinking of your freedom and you go and rent, a friend of mine went to rent in America, rented a place thinking the woman will help her. Meanwhile, the woman was sending money to Kwahu and it created problems between them. So you need to save about 70%. Stay with your parents for about 5 years. Accumulate capital and use the capital to start a business. you will see that your classmates who had a job and rented a place with a boyfriend or girlfriend will definitely be far, far behind you when it comes to capital. And a day will come that your accumulated capital that you have invested, when you are spending, you do not even feel it because you have enough for yourself. You need to invest your savings. You don't have somebody who came to me, Honorable. In fact, she's my niece. She saved about 120,000 cedis. And came to me, Uncle, I have saved so much. Then I asked her, so what other plans do you have with your savings? And she couldn't answer. Meanwhile, she has master's degree. And all she knows is look at his bank statement and it's 120. You need to invest the $120,000 by taking risk. Life is full of risk. If you don't take risk, you are never going to succeed. You'll be stagnant. Again, the famous of all, when you hear Agyapong is rich, is this and that, my cardinal principle in business is honesty. Honesty. We have a lot of businessmen who have foreign partners. And when they invest their money in their business, they swindle them. But because of my honesty, as I sit here, a gentleman by me showed me some information that a man from Dubai has checked my background and he wants to meet me. I don't even know him. But anybody going to do business with you these days will check your background first. So if you want to succeed in life, you can be hardworking, you can be anything. But if you are not honest, believe you me, you will fail eventually. So it's honesty, honesty, honesty that will determine your success. Because we are in a global world. People will look at your information and will be willing to deal with you. Even if you approach them yourself, they will go back and check your background and come back again, whether to deal with you or not. So young men, with this determinant of success, what you also have to do is that don't rely on government for your survival. Anybody who will rely on government for his survival, I'll give you an example. The cake is this small, and the whole country, everybody is fighting to get a piece. So how much are you going to get? That is the question. So to succeed in life, don't rely on government for your survival. Start a business. There was a question. It was not thrown to me, but I wanted to give the answer. If you want to do business, you might have the most brilliant ideas. But if you come to me with 0 down payment and expect me to give you 100% of your dreams, I'm afraid I'm not going to do it. I would not want to do it because I give you the money freely, you will spend it anyhow. I want to see your commitment. Even if you've committed 20%, then I will see the seriousness in you for me to invest in you. But coming in with brilliant ideas And such people, they can really talk to convince you. But I've gone past that. So show commitment that indeed you believe in your product. 2, indeed you believe that the project is feasible. If you are able to commit yourself, then I will consider also assisting you. So young men and women here, it is not magic to be successful. Just simple things. But the government has to do a lot as well. Yesterday, I watched CNN and I was so inspired by Ghanaian women. Let's clap for Ghanaian women. And let's clap for the conveyor. Because all the theories I have propounded to change the paradigm shift, the conveyor said it all. And yesterday, 2 ladies, one, the name, later I got to know that she's a Ghanaian, but one, I kept it. She's called Justin Tete. What they do is mix pineapple with mangoes, dry it, and export. And that business alone, according to CNN, is $8 billion business venture. What are we doing as a country? We only speak big English. When we have to be pragmatic, God has given us this rich land. I'm surprised that Ghanaians are only interested in our natural resources. I can assure you, if we know what to do, our cassava, pineapple, plantain, sugarcane, cocoa are more important than gold. We are lacking a leader who has creative mind and business as well. That is what we are lacking. So we have to make sure that we go back. I think on YouTube, you will see these ladies, what they are doing. Another time, I saw 2 ladies in real estate, also featured by CNN. It shows that the women are now aggressive. They are not waiting for their husbands to give them chop money. Clap for them again. So what we need is adding value to all our raw materials. We should create businesses in this country, processing our raw materials, agro-processing with the value chain. I can stand here before you here and tell you how many factories I can get out of maize. Maize, I can get corn oil, 1. 2, I can get ethanol. 3, I can get maize flour. 4, I can get poultry feeds. 5, I can produce Cerelac. 6, I can produce corn flakes. What are we doing? We can use cassava for 32 different products. We use cassava for ethanol. We use cassava for starch. We use cassava for powder. We use cassava for poultry feeds. So many things we can do. Cassava biscuits. What are we doing? That is the question. So young men and women here today, this afternoon, if you are fortunate to get government job, fine. But if not, begin to pick mangoes. Begin to pick the pineapples. I have a young man who came to me with 2,000 acres of mango farms and 500 acres of coconut farm. I can tell you, so many things you can do with coconut, so many things we can do with pineapple or mangoes. So young men and women here, let's go into agro-processing. We are not going back to the agrarian style of farming. We are going to use technology, mechanized farming. Then from there, we add value to all our raw materials. And we'll make more money than the gold. Before I take my seat, let me give you an example. If you don't know, the fastest growing economy in West Africa here now is Benin. And he's using two things. One, cotton. Two, tourism. Ghana, we produce cocoa over 100 years. And now we go to World Bank for 500 million. Or we hedge our cocoa for $500 million. A population of 9 million, Benin, this year, the revenue from cotton was $650 million. Strike the average and see. A population of 33.6 million looking for $500 million from World Bank. And a population of 9 million earning revenue of 650 million. That is the question. It tells you that our policies here are fundamentally wrong, and we need to change it. We can solve our problems by using pragmatic approach and not theories. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're grateful for your time and your thoughts. We appreciate your passion and your zeal to lead. Fantastic. We may be seated now. Excellent. Honorable Kennedy Agyapong spoke about women enterprises, women in business. A good thing is that we've had women in business, women in media, women in governance. And so very shortly we'll have one such to speak to us. We have the Deputy Presidential Spokesperson here in person of Shamima Muslim. She'll be addressing us very shortly. Please put your hands together, that's okay. Yeah. Now, earlier when the CEO of Vodek Africa was speaking, he did mention that for every young Ghanaian who has a business, you have a partner in Vodek Africa. What we've been doing, we've been running some pitch competitions, and we have some finalists, some winners. We want to honor them and award them. So whilst our dignitaries are here, we'll employ you to wait a while longer. We would want you to inspire them by presenting some of the prizes we have for them, and then we will continue. We'll have Madam Shamima Muslim engage us, and then we will crown the conference today. Please put your hands together for Akosia Kunedu, who have been doing this with all day. She will take care of the next session. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. Thank you.
Right. So we were on a journey, as he said, and we discovered 1,000 businesses. We discovered 1,000 businesses, startup businesses in the country. And a few of them were successful, and we are here to support them. We are also here to reward them. So if you hear your business name, kindly come up stage. If the checks are ready, can we have them here as well? So in the 10th position, so there's 1,000 businesses, and we have 10 winners, so there's actually a big deal. So the 10th position goes to Pomas Castle. It's Pomas. A round of applause to Pomas Castle. I was there. And they made these pictures, interesting ideas, so you could see, her fighting for her business, and that she made it to the top 10. Poma's Castle, congratulations, well done. Can we have the checks here? We will invite Apostle Kingsley Adai to make the first presentation.
Mrs. Esther Poma Agyapong. I'm the founder and CEO of Poma's Castle. Poma's Castle is a personal care manufacturing business enterprise. We are into the production of household products, skincare and hair care products. For me, the idea was born.
So Apostle will do the honors. Poma's Castle.
Self-empowerment.
She is in 10th position. Well done, my dear. Well done. Apostle, please. Right. So, Pomas, please don't go. Please wait up stage. The next person is the Biogas Ghana Limited.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Biogas.
Show them some love.
Is Biogas here? Biogas, are you here?
Where's the gas? There comes gas. Put your hands together for Biogas. Congratulations, brother. Well done.
Biogas, well done. We will now invite Engineer Trim to take this presentation for us.
Let's appreciate the engineer as he helps us do this. Nice. They are winning money, isn't it?
They are.
And medals. How much is it going with?
Biogas. You don't. Okay. So Biogas will get it for you. Kindly wait upstage here. And Webel Technologies Limited, are you here? Webel Technologies Limited. We will now call Mr. Daniel Metalan to make this presentation. Yes. Webel Technologies, well done. Yeah.
And Webel Technologies goes on with 10,000 Ghana cedis, an amazing medal.
Right.
Congratulations. You made it in the Vodek Africa Idea Challenge. Okay.
Right, so it's BioWax, as in WX, not a gas.
Okay.
So BioWax Ghana Limited. Do we have BioWax? Do we have the check here? All right, whether wax or gas, it's not. Right. So we'll take the next one. It's Calendar Designs, Tie, Make, and More. Are you here? Calendar Designs, Tie, Makes, and More. We will call Honorable Fatima Abubakar to make this presentation. Well done, ladies. In fact, they were very, very vocal during the pitch session.
Please, let's appreciate the ladies and the gentlemen.
And they are going home with 10,000
Calendar Designs, 10,000
Ghana cedis
nice.
To support their business. Well done.
Ladies, please come up for your plaque,
please come up.
your dummy check, and your medals. Congratulations. Oh, they are not the ladies, eh? You have confused me now. Okay. All right.
So who is this? This calendar.
Calendar, yes.
BioWax? Yes. BioWax are here now, sir.
All right, BioWax.
BioWax designs.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Over there. BioMax.
BioWax. W-A-X. Wax.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, CEO. Correct. And that's 20,000 Ghana cedis. Man, put your hands together. Impressive stuff.
Okay. Moving on to the next winners. Thank you, Honorable. Next winners goes to Producare Enterprise. Producare, are you here?
Producare.
Yeah. Producare, they're going home with 10,000 Ghana cedis.
Congratulations,
Well
Producare.
done. Well done.
Now, Akoso, when you be?
My family idea uncle next year.
Check 10,000, 20,000, and they be a near boy who they will We have to pitch next year.
We have to definitely.
It's very important.
It's Aquafarm here. Aquafarm, you made it to the top 10.
Aquafarm, congratulations, you made it. Woo! Aquafarm, if you don't come, I can take it for you. Oh, he's here. Unfortunately, he's here. I wanted to take your own for you. Please, let's appreciate Aquafarm with a round of applause.
Well done, Aquafarm.
Great.
So we invite Mr. Ebenezer Minka to do the presentation. Is Minka here? Right, so we can, Mrs. Asumedu, the wife of the convener, she will take this one. A round of applause for Mrs. Aquafarm is taking away 10,000 Ghana cedis. Well done. Honorable Kennedy Agyapong, there's a special request by the convener. He wants you to do these next set of presentations. NELEF Foods. NELEF Foods, are you here? You made it. NELEF Foods. They're here. Right. Kindly come, my dear. Well done. Yeah, she's coming. So she's taking away, the company's taking away 10,000 Ghana cedis. This goes into the business to expand the business and to sustain the business. NELEF Foods, well done. Well done, NELEF Foods. A round of applause for her. Honorable, please don't go. Please. Thank you, sir. So we have Emmanuel Farming Enterprise. Emmanuel, are you here? You made it. Yay. Congratulations. I remember that face. Congratulations. So he's also taking away 10,000 Ghana cedis to expand and to sustain the business. Well done, Emmanuel Farming Enterprise. Please. Code Club Academy. Are you here? Code Club Academy. Yes, he's on his way. And I remember this guy's invention was about, the white cane that was sensitive. So if you are physically impaired and then you use it and there was an obstacle, it could just, buzz. Then you know that there is danger there. That was quite an initiative. Well done. So they are taking 5,000 Ghana cedis. Well done. And the biggest one, the overall winner for this year's Idea Challenge initiative or project goes to Edible Treats. Edible Treats, where are you? Edible Treats. Hey, is she coming? Oh. Edible Treats, well done. You deserve it. How much did we get for that? Can you turn it? Wow, so she made a 30,000. She had a 30,000 Ghana cedis. That goes into expanding her business. Vodek Africa, well done. Thank you. So we invite all our speakers and our guests here to take pictures upstage with our winners. Kindly come to the middle. So Engineer Trim, Ebenezer Minka, Honorable Fatima Shamima Muslim, Honorable Shamima Muslim, can we all be here? Oh, so I can see edible treats. Right, I can see edible treats coming. And then listen, she had this amazing invention, used dawa dawa for, like chocolate. How is that even possible? Dawa dawa chocolate, and it's amazing, no scent, no smell, and it's delish. You should try it. So that's edible treat. Her products are on the market, and it's chocolate. So it's different flavors of chocolate. And well done, my dear. She's taken away 30,000. She's taken away 30,000 Ghana cedis. Where is edible treats check? Honorable, actually she's here. Edible treats, well done. Well, a round of applause for the overall winner for the 2025 Idea Pay Challenge, Edible Treats. Well done. A huge congratulations to all our winners, from Emmanuel to BioWax to Mobile Technologies to all of you. You've done amazing well. Calendar Designs, you've done amazing well. Thank you so much. So next year, 2026, we'll open up again. And then if you have any wonderful ideas, kindly apply and be part of this great initiative. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you. Kindly take your seats. Thank you. And then before this goes to all our guests here, in fact, Honorable, I'll say this and look at you. So last night I was talking to Daniel and finalizing the project. And then I realized that this guy needs help. I think we should all try and do something, we should give him money. I mean, being blunt. I think it's about time. I think we should do like silver collection. And the checks must fly right now. This came from his pocket. A young man, every single dime came from his pocket. And I will take this on his behalf. Honorable. Wow, Honorable has done the undone. He's given us a 50,000, Ghana cedis. We are grateful to you. So leadership by example. We are taking checks to support this young man. Everything, every single thing, everything we see here was from his own pocket. It's a big deal. So if you don't have it here, we'll send his momo around. We'll text you. Personally, I'll do that. I will personally do that. Honorable, we are grateful. Thank you so much for your massive support. Right. So we've gotten to an important part of this very important program. We'll take a keynote address from our speaker, Madam Shamima Muslim. A round of applause for her. She is doing this on behalf of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah.
Wow. Apparently, we've been sitting since morning. So, if you don't mind to do just a bit of help, can we just get up and stretch a bit? And if the young people are up to it, perhaps we should sing the National Youth Anthem. As we are inspiring and motivating ourselves, let's reflect deeply about our National Youth Anthem. So if anyone is willing to give us the tune, we'll be happy to do the Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. Yes, someone come help. In 3, 2, let's go. Arise, Ghana. Energy. Energy. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold her and make her great and strong. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building our motherland. Thank you, thank you. Involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building our motherland. That was good. Thank you. As has been said, I am here to represent the Chief of Staff. Before I read his speech on his behalf, I just want to share how profound this moment is. Nana Chair, with your leave, last year, 2 profound events happened on this stage, this same stage. Ghana outdoored its first ever female running mate on the ticket of a major political party. And that singular action has today broken a big glass ceiling. And Ghana proudly speaks about having 68 years on after independence, her first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Another significant thing that happened, and I was at the center of it all, I recall I moderated those 2 events, was the first time ever launch of a youth manifesto, indicating for the first time a clear commitment to the youth of Ghana, enshrined in a social contract with the youth of Ghana. And so to be here again this evening, afternoon, on a youth empowerment program tells me that change is happening and change will come. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. I'll now read the speech. Nana Chair, honorable ministers, politicians, members of parliament, distinguished traditional and religious leaders, our esteemed development partners, and protocol observed, if I may stand on the existing protocols. I bring you warm felicitations from the President, John Dramani Mahama, and Mr. Julius Deborah, his Chief of Staff. Mr. Deborah was billed to deliver this keynote, but as many of you would know now, he is currently attending the United Nations General Assembly meetings in New York as part of the President's delegation. He therefore extends his apologies. I now do have the Herculean task of delivering his speech. Alas, all errors will remain mine. Today, VODEC Africa has gathered the critical mass of emerging, established, and aspiring leaders on this Founders' Day holiday to attempt to answer a question. Is there enough youth empowerment as the gateway to sustainable economic development? I wish you all luck in answering that question, because my question, I believe, is an easier one, and it reads: building an inclusive economy, ensuring equal opportunities for all citizens. It is indeed an auspicious day to be having this exact conversation 116 years after the birth of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. 54 years after the death of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah at the age of 62. 68 years after Ghana's independence. In 2 years, Ghana would achieve 70. Where are we as a country? Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's life work emphasized that true progress is measured by improvements in people's lives and well-being, particularly through the number of children who are in school and who are receiving quality, relevant education. He also believed that education should include practical, scientific, and technological training using mass communication to spread its benefits in the populations, and that learning to be an independent state comes from being one. Today, we must also ask, has the African proven he is capable of managing his own affairs? Has he? Has he? Let's see. Honorable Ken says that to the first question, his emphatic answer was what? No. I wonder what your answer to this particular question is, Honorable. Does it remain no or yes? I'll get it later. Are we anywhere close to the self-actualization that Osagyefo envisaged? And yes, is our progress inclusive enough of the stories, of the images, and of the realities of the diversity that makes us a unit? Are all citizens equal before opportunities? Today also, world leaders have gathered in their numbers at the 80th UN General Assembly in New York to yet again commit to finding solutions to the world's complex problems. And where today, President Mahama will be launching the Accra Reset in New York to champion a new global governance for health and development. Because indeed, our transformation will elude us if we do not pause, look, listen, and reset. President John Dramani Mahama makes a number of assumptions, and permit me to translate those into this room. That the many of you who have gathered here in this room see yourselves as emerging leaders, as established leaders, as aspiring leaders even. That you in this room recognize that leadership is a responsibility and a duty that requires a constant search for knowledge, for skills, for networking, and sharing same through platforms like this. Indeed, these platforms are expected to not only inspire us from the brilliant stories of those that have walked the path that you today see yourself walking, but it's also to motivate us to act. Because inspiration alone, you self-motivate yourself to act. Again, as we have been told by one cultural anthropologist, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, concerned citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And so you, the critical mass sitting in this room, you are those that will change the world if you put your mind to it. President John Dramani Mahama is pursuing a bold reset agenda anchored on jobs, on accountability, and shared prosperity. The vision's core is to address the youth empowerment challenge for growth and prosperity that fails to carry every Ghanaian along, especially young people, in all of our diversity, is unsustainable, even risky. There is a global, a continental, and a local context that makes it imperative that African countries especially prioritize youth empowerment. This is a context that we're all used to, but permit me to just remind us of how stark the image and the story is. Globally, according to the United Nations, there are about 1.3 billion youth, young people, between the age brackets of 15 to 24. In Ghana, however, our youth bracket is 15 to 35 and above. I know of some 35s who are still living in their parents' home. So let's stick with the UN benchmark. 16% of the world's population is young as of 2024. 64.9 million youth are unemployed. Take a minute and think about what that means. 64.9 million youth. And as we always know, statistics don't always capture those who remain in the fragments of society that statistics don't capture. 1 in 5 young people were NEET in 2023. NEET means they were not in employment, they were not in education, and they were not in any form of training, aka they were idle. And as we always say, the devil finds, I know you're hungry, but please try, okay? Very well. So here we are, in the face of such worrying statistics. We hear that Africa remains the world's youngest region. 60 to 70% are under the age of 30. By 2050, about 1 in 3 of the world's young people will be African, projected to exceed 830 million people. Herein lies both the opportunity, as we have heard in various speeches since morning, and the threat. Opportunity because with the right investment, there will be a demographic gain to the GDPs and to the GNPs of our various countries. Threat because largely this youth remains generally non-educated, miseducated, undereducated, low-skilled, unemployed, underemployed. In Ghana, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, 57% of the population is under 25. Think about it again. Last year, and before that, many of you have friends who have graduated from universities and tertiary institutions for the past 5 years who are still home. Harsh reality. Last year, 1.9 million Ghanaian youth were reported to be NEET, not in employment, not in education, not in any form of training, aka idling. An inclusive economy, therefore, is one that's deliberately structured to guarantee equitable participation and shared prosperity for all citizens. It is not measured by the GDP growth of a country, but by its ability to create dignified jobs for its young people, expand opportunities for women, protect the vulnerable and persons who are differently abled, and ensures justice in the distribution of national resources. The collective value of any economy is therefore a sum of its productive citizens and care for its most vulnerable. As a player within the sub-region and globally, Ghana would benefit more if our people are strengthened to produce domestically in terms of domestic productivity. If we are able to retain value across our supply chains and reduce dependency on imports. As His Excellency President Mahama has consistently emphasized, we must be interested in the health of our national product, our gross national product, just as we are interested in our GDP, which truly reflects the participation of Ghanaians in the wealth creation of our nation, and that ought to see many of us at the commanding heights of our economy. What are the proposed solutions to the question about the youth? The NDC describes itself as a social democratic government, one that believes in egalitarian principles of equity and equality, and the spread of the gains of prosperity across regions, across cities, across ethnic religious groups, that all of us belong to this country, and all of us deserve to live in this country in dignity. So, the youth are thus at the heart of President Mahama's reset agenda. From the establishment of a dedicated youth ministry, to the proposed 24-hour economy, to the National Apprenticeship Program and the Ejumora Program, to the Youth Farm Bank Project, to youth employment and youth entrepreneurship programs, to climate-resilient agricultural initiatives, to the 1 Million Coders Program, to the popular no-fee stress policy, and the big push infrastructure agenda, government is ensuring that Ghanaians not only benefit from growth, but also take ownership of the commanding heights of our economy. When the Ministry of Youth was set up, it was recognized by His Excellency the President that without such focus, Ghana would not derive its necessary gains from this demographic. So the Youth Ministry was set up and 4 main entities were put under it, namely the Youth Employment Agency, the National Youth Authority, the National Program. There are also a number of youth programs that sit in various ministries, departments, and agencies, all asking that question: are our youth empowered enough? But most importantly, what must we do as a matter of urgency? The interest when these programs were launched was humbling indeed. And I'll quickly take you through. When the 1 Million Coders Program was launched, within 4 hours, we received over 4,000 applications. Within 48 hours, 90,000 Ghanaian youth had applied to take part in the 1 Million Coders Program. When the National Youth Employment Agency published some of its initiatives, namely the Fire Assistance Model, the Prison Service Assistance, the Public Service Community Protection and Assistance, and Community Medical First, as well as the Islamic Teachers Model. My dear brothers and sisters, several thousands of Ghanaian youth applied. For the Youth Employment Program and the Jumawara Program, specifically the Apprenticeship Program, we received over 150,000 applications. And what can we do with restricted budgets? As we speak, only 5,000 youth have been recruited under the first Fire Service Assistance Model. 5,000 have been recruited under the Prison Service Assistance Model. 12,000 youth trained and graduated under the Police Service Community Protection Assistance. 6,000 youth have been recruited under the Community Medical First Responders Program. When we went on air online to recruit the Islamic teachers, we announced that we are going to recruit 3,000 for this year. My brothers and sisters, 17,000 Islamic teachers applied for 3,000 slots. That is a reality of the young people's situation. No government of conscience can ever gloss over what this picture portends. And that is why His Excellency continued to commit to ensuring that these programs must work, because doing nothing is not an option. In the face of these numbers, government must find ways to engage these young people. We're not talking about those of you who are in school, who are near graduation. We pause, we look, we reset, and we ask ourselves the questions that many speakers have thrown at us this morning and this afternoon. So specifically, the government is focused and interested in building a new army of young entrepreneurs under its flagship youth empowerment programs. Distinguished young leaders, Nana Chair, under President Mohamed's Reset Ghana agenda, entrepreneurship is not merely an economic policy, it is the lifeblood of inclusive and sustainable growth. With over 70% of our population under the age of 35, the central question before us is not whether the youth are ready, as the statistics show, and as the interest in these programs show. It tells us that there is interest. So the question is not whether they are ready. The question is whether we as a nation of various stakeholders, of political parties, of traditional leaders, of development partners, citizens, whether we together as a nation share this shared vision of what needs and must happen as of yesterday. And so we are asking again whether this nation is bold enough to allow you, the young people, opportunities to unleash your creative potentials, to fuel Ghana's prosperity by enabling you with the right environment. And that is why His Excellency's government is acted with urgency, with vision, and with conviction. Hard road to ensuring greater opportunities for our young people. We have launched the National Apprenticeship Program in Tamale, and it's being scaled across 261 districts of Ghana. This initiative is not simply about skills and dignity, for everyone requires to live and work in a country that dignifies them. It equips thousands of young people with employable abilities, from carpentry to digital repair, from agro-processing to fashion design, and it ensures that every trainee walks away with some skill, not only a skill, but with a certification, with some capital support, and with the confidence to take on the world. No youth must be left stranded between hope and opportunity. And we invite all of you to come aboard. The Jumawara program, designed to birth 10,000 youth-led enterprises. I am sure that when many of you hear these numbers, there is a suspicion. My time is almost up? Okay. There's always a suspicion as to, are these numbers real? But having told you the number of young people that apply for these jobs, you do know that a lot of young people are looking forward to being employed or giving the opportunity to self-employ themselves. So I'm going to cut some of these things off. So the message is unmistakable. You are not a generation that is waiting for opportunities. You are a generation that is creating them. You are actually, in you we see the job builders of tomorrow. Government is therefore laying a foundation, but the skyscrapers of innovation must be built by your imagination, by your willingness to step into the ring, by your courage and your refusal to give up. This year in particular, the National Service is also going to deploy 10,000 graduates for the military training program, so we can instill some discipline in those who are willing to submit themselves to the discipline that is required to survive in this century. An inclusive economy cannot exist without ethical leadership and accountable governance. Under the Reset Agenda, therefore, President Mahama has placed discipline, integrity at the center of our national renewal. First, the administration is deepening decentralization, giving real power back to our districts. Second, this government is setting a new tone for ethical leadership. A binding code of conduct for political appointees has been introduced, demanding integrity, modesty, and service. President Mahama has boldly cancelled fuel allowance for appointees, cutting away wasteful privileges that do not serve the people. These measures are not only symbolic, they are also a signal that the leadership is in the sacrifice with its people. Young people of Ghana, these reforms carry powerful lessons for you. It also tells you that true leadership is not about what you take, but what you also are willing to give. It is not about how many privileges you enjoy, but how much responsibility you carry and how you look out for your fellow. Because to talk about inclusion requires us to embrace an inclusive mindset, a mindset that asks us to think around the table and see who is represented, which voices are absent, which images are absent, which stories are not nigh, even before we can translate those attitudes to our workspaces, to our businesses. It is time to think inclusion before we ask for inclusion. Therefore, no inclusion, I beg your pardon, so I'm going to jump on climate change, on technology, and I'm going to jump to briefly conclude. Permit me. Right. So I'm going to jump on education and skills development because many speakers touched on it. And many of you are beneficiaries of His Excellency's educational policies, which are going to reform the way that we educate our young people. I'm going to also jump on our inclusion and social protection policies, including the affirmative action that has been passed to ensure that we bridge the inequality gap in our country. Also, thank you very much. I'm going to also ask all of you to think about your place in the future of work and what new skills and, most importantly, attitudes are required for you to survive in this new future of work. In conclusion, therefore, the central question for this forum, I beg your pardon, is there enough youth empowerment? Our proposed answer is simple: not yet. But under President Mahama's Reset Agenda, Ghana is making decisive strides which will ultimately culminate in an affirmative response to this inquiry. Through good governance and ethical leadership and physical discipline, relevant education, promotion of entrepreneurship, diversity and inclusion, digital transformation with affirmative action, we are building an economy that carries the aspiration of our people. We are bridging the gaps of inequity, inequality. We're reducing unemployment, and we're restoring Ghana on a path of growth and prosperity. As we honor Nkrumah today and his impact in his 62 years of life, we do so not because his legacy was a perfect, but because it has been indeed an enduring one. And emerging leaders, therefore, we must know that transformative leadership isn't about being perfect, but about enduring legacy. Footprints seared on land, in books, in hearts and minds of many, long after your sunset, a lasting legacy. Nana Chair, it is therefore the solemn assurance of President Mahama that together with our stakeholders, we can and we will build the Ghana we want together. One that government cares, responds, and acts, and one that citizens and partners cooperate, collaborate, and provide constructive feedback towards our collective vision. That we may all within our lifetime, this lifetime, raise our voices to the timeless creed and dream of our forebears, that indeed, at long last, Ghana is free forever. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you.
And may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Obviously, government is creating the enabling environment for businesses to thrive, for the youth to enrich themselves. So I would say that let's get involved in initiatives of the government. Don't be left out. Thank you, Shamima Muslim. Shamima is Deputy Spokesperson at the Presidency. We are getting close to the end of the program. I'd like to make some few acknowledgements. The father of the convener is here, Mr. Richard Ekwamwa. Mr. Richard Ekwamwa, are you here? That's the father of Mr. Asumeni. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Retired Jane Techi is here. Romanic Ababio Dankwa is here. He's the CEO of the CEO Hub. Can we see you? Stephen Prince Bentil, the SRC President of University of Ghana. Are you here? Stephen, right, welcome. And then Ambassador Carlos Boachi is Executive Director of the Africa Youth Forum International. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. So we'll take the vote of thanks by Emanuela Kluche, and then she'll also give us a list of the ambassadors. So Vodek, please come. Come with your ambassadors. All of you, kindly come up stage. So a huge round of applause to this wonderful team.
Thank you all. Good evening to all of you. On behalf of Vodek Africa and the entire team, we want to say a very big thank you to our distinguished speakers, our partners, and our panelists for your amazing contribution to this year's National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum. And to our sponsors, our volunteers, and our stakeholders, we say that your contribution has made this event a success. To our youth, your passion and your contribution to this year's National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum is well acknowledged and appreciated. Together, we build a better Ghana, a better Africa, and we grow the leaders that we want to see in our entire nation and the world at large. Thank you all for representing once again for this year's National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum. Until next year, we wish you all the best and we hope to see you all. But before we go quickly, I would want to call upon our speaker, Mr. Daniel Matlon, to help us with a presentation briefly. We have some amazing entrepreneurs amongst us who have shown the outstanding contribution to this year's National Emerging Economic Forum. We have Miss Mary Timothy. Miss Mary Timothy, if you're here, kindly join us. We have Edward Mandela Riafi. We have Miss Comfort Dia and Genevieve Aseye.
Kindly mention the name. So as she mentions, we come up.
We have Miss Mary Timothy, we have Edward Mandela Riafi, and we have Mrs. Comfort Dia and Mrs. Genevieve Aseye Nutako.
Yes, kindly come up quickly.
Please kindly come up on stage if you're present. And please, to all our ambassadors, if you are in the congregation, kindly join us on stage. To all the student ambassadors, kindly join us on stage.
Well done. We appreciate you.
All our student ambassadors kindly join us on stage.
Well done.
All our student ambassadors kindly join us on stage. Please let's give them a round of applause as they come. Please let's give them a round of applause as they come. They've shown amazing contribution to this year's National Emerging Leaders Economic Forum. They've done a great job. On behalf of WODEC Africa, we say a very big thank you to all our student ambassadors for your amazing work done, for the mobilization, for the effort and the sacrifice thus far.
Let's give it up for this wonderful team. They've done amazing. I think they started early January, right? Yes. With the preparations, and they are here today. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Thank you very much for your contribution, for your sacrifice, for your hard work to NELEF and Team WODEC Africa. We are grateful.
Please, I want to call upon the SR Vice. On behalf of WODEC Africa, we want to see Economic Forum.
For your contributions to Team WODEC, for your contributions to NELEF 2025. We say Ayiko. Round of applause for this wonderful, amazing team here. Oh, let's clap for them. They've done so well. So well. They've done so well. All right. Kindly leave the stage when you take yours. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for these young ones who put this program together. Done? Okay. All right. Thank you. Right. So we'll take the closing prayer right after the military band will give the national anthem. Apostle Kingsley Adai will give us your closing prayer. Apostle, please come.
Shall we please rise? All right, all too soon we come to the end of this program, and we are grateful to God for how far He has brought us. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you so much. We thank you for the gift of life. We bless you for this program, and we ask that after this program, let mindsets of young people in this nation and beyond be transformed to taking their own destinies into their hands. And we strongly believe, as recorded in Hebrews 10:35, that we must not throw away this confidence we have. It will be richly rewarded. May you reward the young people of this nation with great fortitude to turn their fortunes around in the name of Jesus. Let your blessings and favor rest upon this nation and our leaders of today and tomorrow. In Jesus' name. Shout amen.
We'll take the national anthem. to the end of this wonderful program. Thank you so much on behalf of VODEC Africa Ayiko to all of you. We are grateful. We ask that all our dignitaries, all our guests and speakers kindly come up stage as we take the group pictures. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year at the NELEF 2026 session. Idea Challenge Patient will be opened up very soon. Kindly be looking out for it. We are grateful for all of you. We have a cocktail session outside. Kindly take a bite, sip on something before you go. It's on my right. Sorry, it's on my left. Kindly take the left turn and have something, have some refreshment before making it out.